Hello, everyone. Welcome to The Last Ditch. Did you miss us? We are on episode 7, which is madness. I keep thinking this is like way more episodes because we just have intense battles every episode, so it feels
Mm.
longer. Um, but this episode is supported by Jofo, aka Sergeant Augustus Steele. Uh, so maybe we'll hear that name along the line sometime. But thank you for supporting this episode, sir. And of course, we have some quick announcements of things that are up and available for you. We have our Dungeon World one shot characters sheets are up there if you want to check out why Vandy rolled poorly. No, I'm just kidding. And her cooking skills. We were just talking about it because she was letting Sheepy know that like it has continued into other games.
And it
um,
probably will continue into more, so stay tuned.
Um, September is still going on, so if you're interested in supporting us on Twitch, now is the time. If you've always wanted to be a sub but you haven't been able to, it is a great deal for folks. Sorry for those of you who have been sub to us for a long time, which makes decisions. Um, and but we really appreciate all of your all support, and that gives you access to our Discord. That gives you access to some really cool emotes, and also you can be part of the rear guard, which affects our games. So it's definitely a stellar deal, especially for those of you who are new and haven't subbed before. And then beyond that, we have our announcements. Pop up on the screen here. We have announced that Death Becomes You is going to be coming on the 27th of September. It's at a weird time. It's at 2:30 p.m. BST, 6:30 a.m. PDT, and we will be playing Good Strong Hands. I think we're like the first like stream that has ever gotten to play it. This is another game brought to us by Nerdburger Craig. He's awesome. He's come up with some really cool systems that we've gotten to the pleasure of playing, and so we're really excited about this one. If you're interested in kind of like a really dark, whimsical game, this is it. It's like ooh, I don't know how to explain it. It's like if grim dark fairy tale like came to life. I'm very excited to play it. So we'll be playing that before the Last Ditch next Sunday. So definitely come tune in to that, and you get a little extra Sunday, action. Um, Beyond that, I'm going to toss it over to Bentham to talk about other ways that you can support us.
The main way that we are able to run these shows every week and do all this cool stuff, and then occasionally run double bill shows like we will be next week, is via Patreon. That is the main way that we are able to fund all the things, pay the cast, pay for art, and keep everything running smoothly week to week. There are a whole bunch of different tiers which give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows. After shows we record after every show, we talk about what happens in the show or go on random tangents about accents or other random things like that. Also, you get to look at our character sheets, behind the scenes GM secrets, enemy stats, and all that kind of thing, and battle plans and stuff. There are, of course, the HQ videos complete with maps of the planet and how the front lines and stuff are changing and where all the different companies are heading to. They're going out every week, and those ones are actually free. Anyone can check those out on the Patreon. They are available for anybody to see. We did miss one this last week because we missed the episode last week, but there'll be one this week, of course, and going on every time there is an episode. You can also submit names for NPCs that will get used randomly throughout the shows. You can watch the admin recaps where we talk about the events of the previous month and talk about kind of more business end of things. And if you're crazy, you can support at the legend tier and above, which gives you access to a once monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. We've got 2 games this month. One of them is done and one of them is coming soon. We had Josh GMing Goblin Punks, the one-pager RPG. And then we've got Sheepy running another session that is in the Last Ditch universe and will presumably affect how things go for our party. Last time it definitely did.
Yeah.
We'll be hearing about that soon.
Even more this time is all I can say.
Okay, right, good. We'll find out. We'll find out what their mission is once they've done it with flying colors, I imagine. Yes, the other ways you can support us on Twitch, as Maggie mentioned, there you can subscribe, and that gives you emotes and badges and immediate VOD access. You can also drop us bits; they appear in the cup and adorn Sheepy's beard, and you can also give us tips, and they appear on the screen. We read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. You can also support us over on YouTube. We can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter all give you access to our Discord, where you can join the rear guard and also hang out with other fans of the show and the other shows that we do and talk about how things are going. And we'll be hanging out in there too from time to time to see what ridiculousness people are getting up to in like the RP room and all that kind of thing. I don't even know how many pages that document is up to now. I believe it was approaching 1,000 last time I checked, and that was a little bit ago, so it might have hit it.
1,090
Okay, yep, there we go. 1,090
pages.
That's yep. I don't know how. Okay, yeah.
Well,
There's a whole amazing like story being woven together over there.
Because we didn't have the Last Ditch last week, all of the role players who were role playing the Last Ditch in the Roll For It Discord decided to do the backstory in Katic. So when your regiments were ambushed and everything, so they've been doing that for the thing.
I noticed they were asking a lot of questions about how Katic worked. I was wondering what they were up to.
I haven't gotten to it yet because I think I'm gonna have to drop some info in the Discord about Katic for the role players.
Yeah.
So.
No, yeah, 9,197 messages in the RP channel. Apparently, I don't even know. I know a lot of those messages are like large chunks of RP text and like proper written stuff. I don't even. How have you done
We've
this?
also gotten a lot of some people have posted Reddit, like little Reddit excerpts from their excursions and stuff like that. I've been keeping an eye on
we do have a subreddit if you didn't know.
Yeah, I try to keep an eye on that also. But
I think it's just r/rollforit.
Yep.
That's what I presume it is. Yeah,
Yep.
you can go hang out there. That's one of the places you can hang out. There are a whole bunch of others too. Being here, being on on YouTube and talking in the comments, talking to us on Twitter and Facebook and indeed Reddit. I do always forget that one, but that is one that we have. Is super appreciated. We love to read what you have to say about what you're enjoying and what you want to see. So yeah, please do hang out in those places. We also have a wiki, so we also love it when people go over there and update that with stuff. People have been working on that a little bit recently, which is always lovely to see.
I'll probably bring back Wiki Wednesdays. So I need to bring back Fan Fridays too, where we like post some fan stuff.
It's been a very busy time. I've been stealing those slots from you in the schedule and putting Patreon posts on them instead.
Yeah,
we might have to
which
rearrange
is okay.
some things.
I'd rather
but
give
we
cool
love
rewards. So
we
do try to like share anything.
We love to...
So if like people do tweet at us fan art, we definitely share your fan art and we add it to our mix. So thank you.
Yep, keep an eye on the Twitter because whenever people send stuff our way, we do retweet that for everyone to check out because it is really cool and we love it.
Have we received any not motivational propaganda posters yet?
No, we haven't yet.
Oh, I'm waiting.
I definitely have it on my list of shirt ideas and poster ideas. So when I finally find time for that.
We're here too.
That was the one I was thinking. I kind of do want that one. So we love to hear from you, and also tell your friends, bring them along too, and introduce them to this ridiculousness that we get up to every week. Speaking of, let's hand it over to Sheepy.
So I just received word that there is one apparently.
Oh.
There's one what?
You got to share them on Twitter. You got to tweet it at Roll For It so we know.
Well, if I don't know about it, then I can't.
We gotta know.
Let us know.
For now, I'll get. There we go. Oh, that might be a bit loud. Apologies.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. So.
I don't like this music. It's makes me think something's gonna happen.
Not hearing music. What's?
I hear music.
Is your tab muted, maybe?
I was tabbed out of Roll20 and I guess it didn't kick in, but it has now.
So.
Oh, I hear it.
Yeah.
This is creepy.
It was actually a bit loud for me, so I just had to turn it down. So yes, last time, you all were all sent to, oh lord, it's been a while, to the Tempestus line, to hold off an oncoming horde of what was mostly made up of Hormigants and Termagants, from what intelligence could tell us. There was a little bit of guard duty, some conversations. We did also meet the captain of the 21st Alpha Grenadiers, who is also known as Shifter. We had an interesting conversation between him and Primer.
If you do want to turn the music down a little bit,
Yeah,
because now it's getting louder.
yeah,
It wasn't at the beginning.
no problem.
You're good.
Okay, cool. We had some interesting conversation between Tyler. Sorry, not Tyler. between Primer and Captain Shifter, where there was talk of numbers.
What's a number?
What are numbers? And the lieutenants were told that soon they're going to be designated their own platoons. But for now, they have to go jump on a strong point on the trenches and hold off a big swarm of attack. There was a lot of heavy fire, heavy bolters just hitting the tree lines and the river. Someone went nuts with a heavy flamer and set a whole load of Tyranids on fire. Someone else had good and bad success with a mortar. There was a little bit of right on target and then a little small amount of completely off target as well.
Hmm.
And then finally, as it seemed like the assault was thinning out a little bit, some flying gargoyles turned up, and everyone dodged them, aside from Lieutenant Lime, who got grabbed by a gargoyle, almost carried off away into certain death, until he managed to use his las cutter to cut off the leg of the thing carrying him.
It was all worth it for the badass escape.
It was so good.
That was so cool.
All I've wanted to do is use my las cutter for the whole time so far.
I'm glad you got a chance to. But
It was a good way to use it.
Reckenbacher got pretty messed up too, as a nice scar across the face now.
Rickenbacker
yeah, my
got
eye,
a
like right next to my eye.
yeah. So you have kind of like a dug-in scar, like a kind of dent or groove, like going from the kind of back of the eye here all the way back to the there. However, or additionally, for the next few days, you will be on the strong point. So, the first thing I need during your defense of the strong point is a cooking roll from Lieutenant Lancaster.
I feel like this determines how much we heal, so please
God.
do well.
I was
Damn it.
winding up. I was getting ready to like roll some
like dodge or
or
yeah.
deception. I'm like, oh wait, never mind.
I
Alright,
need
chat,
to
give
heal
me-
5 wounds.
Give me your goddamn energy for this. Holy smokes. Okay. Minus
I mean,
1.6.
Wow,
It's not the worst.
Your cooking has got a lot better.
I mean, I've been working very hard, okay? I put some points into intelligence because it's for, cooking
Yep.
uses intelligence.
Yep.
We'll call this recipe the strong stomach, because it's still not a success.
God damn it.
Strong stomach stew.
Yeah.
It
the
has
last
nutrients.
one I
It's
have
just-
on my
it's
list
just-
here is soggy stew.
Oh
So-
yeah, because it was
strong
raining
stomach.
and then it added
Yeah.
extra water. So
Extra water.
Strong
Yeah.
stomach stick.
Oh my god. Is it made out of stomach? Is it like
Oh,
It's
yeah.
cooked in a stomach, I feel like.
Oh, okay. Stew.
So you get all the ingredients, you put it in a stomach, and then you cook it in there, and then you kind of like eat it like that.
My mouse just
Made
died.
in an actual stomach.
Oh.
I'm concerned about where the stomach is from.
Termagant.
No, it'd be from like it'd be from one of the
Stock cat or
goat.
something.
Domesticated.
maybe a stork
Animal.
cat.
I think
There's
What?
It's the only thing that I know of that
Ooh.
lives here that it wouldn't be heresy to use for cooking.
Yeah. There are the spiders as well, but they don't really venture out of the deep jungle.
I almost asked if spiders have stomachs, and I realized that was a really stupid question.
Apparently these ones definitely do, and they're quite sizable, which makes me concerned about the rest of the spider.
Yeah, they're quite big.
So it's
They're
made
called-
in a spider stomach? Is that what we're doing?
They're called trip trackerax.
God. Okay, I'm just gonna put made in an actual stomach. We're gonna leave it at that.
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna.
feel like you just reuse the stomach. It's just your cooking device.
Maybe it, like, breaks down a little bit more of the stomach each time, so it gets a little bit of the, like, stomach flavor.
The stomach lining, yeah.
More and more acid.
Yep.
Yeah, I doubt you keep the acid in there, but yes.
It's just like
So-
intestines. You like
Strong
squeeze
stomach
everything
stew.
out of it, and then you just
Strong.
pick the outside.
Strong
Still
stomach
gross.
stew. There you go. Beautiful.
It's
You
because
don't
it
need
has
to-
all the bacteria in it. You have to clean it out. You don't want the
I
stuff
mean-
that's in the side.
It's
So
yeah.
let's get for anyone eating strong stomach stew over the next few. Let's get a toughness roll, please.
I'm not.
I'm in.
eating
Let's do it.
Plus
Wait,
10.
can I, do I get a like a?
Look,
Tell me I
Was
get
it plus
a modifier
10?
to this toughness though,
10.
because
Everyone who's eating gets plus 10.
Glad I don't eat anything other than rations. No,
Yeah.
uh-oh. Minus 3.3.
Hey,
I
man,
succeeded.
There you go.
I can eat my terrible food, so you know, there you
Yeah.
go. 0.5 of success.
Is it bad that my
Fun-
stomach is already upset at the thought of eating this?
I'm hungry
Fun-
actually.
Fun fact, like, as of recent, like, stat increases, toughness is my lowest stat.
Oh, that's not too low either. Nice. But yeah, no, Lieutenant Lime, you are on the front, on the strong point the least, just because there are multiple bathroom breaks needed. You know, nothing too bad. You don't get like proper food poisoning or anything. Just
Diarrhea.
I merge them in with the recap breaks, which means
Yeah.
I end up with a lot more recap breaks.
You have soggy stew and then you get soggy poops.
32. Wait, Bentham, if 32 is your lowest, I have 2 stats lower than you, and then like 4 stats that are right around there.
Yeah, but
I've been putting up all my lowest ones.
Oh,
Yes.
that's probably why.
some people are using intelligence as their dump stat.
My highest stat is
Not
only
to
9
name
points
names.
higher than my lowest stat. I've got very, very tightly constrained range.
I did increase my intelligence the last time because
Me too.
we have been rolling a lot of int stuff and it has not gone well. In regards to like Imperial, like knowing like combat and command stuff, I'm like,
Yep.
guess I have to put some in int.
I need to
So-
do more for perception because that's the problem for me. But hopefully at this point I'll have other people perceiving for me.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Vandy's group is usually the ones that are good
I-
at that.
I got the good eyeballs, apparently. I
Yep.
think. I think my perception might be the highest? Question
Yeah.
mark.
I think
Pretty
you were.
pretty
I think
sure
you
it
were.
is, yeah.
What's your perception?
Okay. 43.
Yeah, it's higher than mine.
Okay, cool. And I think my intelligence might also be close to the highest now too.
What is it?
41.
Yeah, it's higher than mine.
How am I the smartest?
I don't know.
What's your int? Mine's a
41.
Mine's a 33.
I think,
Mine's a
I'm
34.
40. I'm only one behind.
yeah, there you go.
This is why we eat the food, right? Because we're smart enough to know it will give us good things. Maybe question. Nope. Okay, we're
See,
gonna
and-
keep going.
In
Yeah,
all
man.
fairness, my
Sure.
ballistics is 50, my toughness is 50, and my fellowship is 43.
I
There you
don't have
go.
any stats at 50.
I have one stat at 54, which is my toughness.
My closest stat to 50 is my agility, and it's 48. So.
But Tyler got really lucky. All
Ma-
his rolls were high. I was like, what the
They
hell? dude?
really were. It was
My-
very
Tyler's
impressive.
always lucky. He's got like, I don't know, RNG's is on his side.
He
My
did,
lowest
he
highest
did get
stat
shot
is-
last week, to be fair.
My lowest stat, I had a minus in intelligence to begin with, and I put a medium-sized stat, and it was 28. That was my lowest stat to start.
So
My lowest stat is 32. My highest is 41.
for the next few days, as I said, you're all on the there are waves of enemies. Sometimes they're during the night, sometimes they're during the day. Now, the first thing that we get is anyone who has taken a hit, which I think is everyone this time. The Medicaid didn't roll amazingly, but they rolled well enough for a D5 refresh of your wounds.
Okay. I'm
So if
pretty
you ro-
bad,
if you-
so.
Roll me a D5 and count a 1 as a 2, just because the 1's not really
3.
they didn't roll that badly.
So wait, does that a 2 become a 3?
No, just if you get a 1, it's a 2.
Dang
Yeah,
it,
I got
didn't
I got a
follow
1.
heal yet.
So we
got-
increase our current to by 3 or by whatever we
By
roll.
whatever you roll.
Yeah, you're current by whatever you
All right,
roll.
well,
Dang it,
But-
I'm
Yes,
still
I
3
I
off.
rolled the
needed 5
highest and
heals.
healed more. I healed more than I have damage. Can I trade rolls with somebody that needs it?
Yes, can I have
No.
that? Thank
No.
you. No.
You
Damn it.
you get a 2. You get a 2.
You mean, can
Lancaster.
I have that? I took like a huge thing.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say you probably needed the most. I got
Yeah.
2 heals and
I was
needed
down to
5.
7 HP.
Rick and
I was down to
both
9.
took a.
That wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah,
How much
But,
HP do you have?
17 total.
I have
Oh.
18 total.
It was a pretty big hit I took.
Okay.
I have 18 total, and I have the best armor.
I just. You know what?
I have shields and he's still better than me.
Yeah.
With your shield,
well,
I think you
with
passed
the
me.
shields, you're better.
By a little bit, yeah. By 2.
So-
Because my shields just give me 2.
All right. Well, we've started off with strong stomach soup and a slight heal. So
Yep.
All in all,
Yeah.
not bad.
I imagine
terrible.
Primer's kind of keeping himself extra awake, which is why he kind of ignores the Medicaid. I'm fine.
Yeah, and the Medicays are kind of running up and down the line. There's honestly, because this part of the because this part of the trench, or this whole trench line, is like the most heavily like built up and defended. It's like proper solid metals and stone and etc. As opposed to like just the wood and stuff that is on some of the others. It's harder for them to break through, and they then, from what you've seen, there seem to be like the weaker kind of foot soldiers of this enemy. So, what I will need is, would anyone like to kind of hang back from the main defense, like maybe one day, like rest and get the Medicaid to see you properly, or
Reckenbacher.
I know, I probably should.
yeah?
I don't want to, because I want to be in it.
I
but
imagine
it's probably smart.
I
That's
imagine
fair.
Primer and Reckenbacher have a conversation, and he's like, "You should go get checked out officially."
It was very close to the eye, so it like literally half an inch, and it would have taken your eye
Take
out.
it from a man who's lost an eye.
Nice. I like it. Okay, with that, I'm going to go get my eye checked.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
I will be out of commission for one point.
Yeah, so the first day, Rickenbacker's in the kind of like med tent, getting fixed up and getting stitches put in, and there's probably like another like scrape or.
I just
or
saw
etc.
in chat someone's like, please, no one needs surgery, so I'm wondering if a roll went really bad.
Honestly,
Wait,
my
really?
advice.
That bad?
I don't
Honestly-
think anyone had surgery.
No, no one
needs it,
needed.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people who are getting surgery as we speak,
But not
because-
us.
yeah, it's
our
not you, so you don't have to worry about it. What I'll say is just
Not
don't
really.
rely on the Medicaid much this episode. So
You know what?
having said that, their Medicaid's all right. It's the triage and the stabilization. So if you go down on the battlefield, it might be rough. Anyway, if I could get another D5 from you, sorry, I keep wanting to go
Rickenbacker.
Sergeant, Lieutenant Rickenbacker. 4.
Nice.
There you
That's
go.
better.
So on the first day, the assault isn't as strong. It seems to be more probing, and you only kind of have to deal with very basic, like, you know, swarms, where it's like a swarm of them try and get over. You know, you fire, and then they kind of disperse as they take like decent damage. Let's get a ballistic skill from. I assume, Lieutenant Lime, you'd like to be on the flamer as opposed to the mortar whilst Rickenbacker's away.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay. So let's get just one ballistic roll will work for this, just to get a general feel for how you're holding. It's basically just see how many you kill before they pull back.
Is it all of
Minus
us? or is it-
2.4.
Yes, because you two will be on the heavy bolters. Okay.
Plus 1.2.
1.2.
All right, and
I rolled a 38 with a goal of 50.
Nice.
minus 3.5.
We did
So-
not do so good today.
Don't forget, you do have rerolls, so you may reroll if you want, but you only have one, so you probably don't
Save
want to
them
use
for
it.
death. Apparently, we
I am-
need it.
Most certainly not re-rolling right now.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Primar's
I
like,
mean-
it's fine, I've got this.
I,
All I'm saying is you could.
I know I could.
I
Sheepy
could
wants to
also
get it
eat
out of the
soggy
way
soup,
early.
but I'm not doing that.
It's not like I'm gonna try and
This
kill
is-
you guys later.
This is bait. This is straight up bait. I'm not.
I mean,
taking this.
if you rerolled a 3.5 ballistic skill, you could kill more of them in on this day, but it's fine, I guess. Sure. If you don't want to kill the enemy, you don't want to help out your.
Wow, you're really gonna listen.
Trying
I
to
grew up in an
guilt trip
Italian household. I am guilt on guilt. Don't even try me.
You're tempted though.
Good try.
So the first day goes like, honestly, before you even get that many kills in, they've kind of like swerved around and headed back into the jungle, and you kind of, you know, you send some shots after them, but not much happens there. Lieutenant Primer is being a beast on the heavy bolter, with Lieutenant Lancaster like hitting a whole load of trees just all over the place, just tree. Yeah, if the Ents were attacking, you'd be doing really well.
I'm just preventing the, you know,
Uprising of the Ents.
possibility.
Yeah.
In all
Ents
fairness, if she's
attacking,
hitting
yeah.
trees with a heavy bolter, those trees are coming down, so she's
Oh, yeah,
arguably
yeah.
partially clearing the forest and making difficult terrain.
1-4 approved.
You know what? Let's get a let's get a charm from Primer.
Charm?
Charm, please.
What's charm? There it is.
It's a
a
skill, yeah.
fellowship skill.
All right.
Trying to charm Sheepy.
Minus
Oh.
2.2.
You tried.
Like at the end of the day, as you're all kind of like sitting around and tired and kind of spent from like fending off attacks, you try that line with Lieutenant Lancaster, who looks a bit downtrodden. Doesn't really work.
Aw.
In all fairness, I
Really?
had to hit a 23 because I don't have a check mark in it.
Hey, I mean, you know, it could have gone well. You could have done well.
Hey, while you didn't hit any enemies, which is what the whole purpose was, at least you made it hard for them to travel. That's
Really?
because of the bad roll on charm.
Yeah.
Really? Well, that's.
You'll get him next time. He'll slap Lancaster on the back.
Also, I do have to say, Tyler, you saying what's charm was very in character for Primer.
That's true. That's funny.
So, another day, another set of guard duty / tyrannid pruning. Lieutenant Reckenbacker, the doctors advise you to stay in your medical beds and keep getting tended to. It's your choice, though. You are a lieutenant, and they are not.
Technically, you're at 14 out of 17. You're the same as me then, because I'm 15 out of 18.
Yeah.
I think she kind of like takes everything off and is just like.
Yeah, just like rips out the IV. She's
she's
like, enough of this.
The classic.
shield."
Yeah, the classic, you know. And she's like, "No, I think I'm good. Thank you." And
But
kind of
Lieutenant Rickenbacker, you're still bleeding.
She grabs like a bandage and she tosses it on her, and then starts putting on her uniform.
Fair enough.
Are the Medicaid the 12th?
Some of
Because I
them.
know I have some in the rear guard.
Yeah, there are.
I am so disappointed in you, rear guard, right now. God damn it.
Oh yeah, they didn't roll well in the 12th. No, okay.
It's merely a flesh wound.
I like
Come
that.
back here. I'll bite your legs off.
I like the. It'd be a very Rickenbacker thing to.
time to bleed.
Yeah, a predator. I ain't got time to bleed.
But that's not how her accent is at all. I don't know why I go. I love the. I love the southern accent for like those lines.
I always go Monty Python in that situation.
There is no time to bleed.
So, second day, the attacks are a bit more concentrated, but this time they go along with swooping lightning strikes by the gargoyles.
Ah, great.
So this time,
Love that.
we won't require ballistic skills, we will require awareness. And it's from all four of
great.
you.
The thing that we just discussed, not a lot of us are great at.
But me!
No modifiers. Oh, crit success.
Nailed it.
Go, Bentham.
Someone's
Oh, another crit
2.5.
success.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
this means this bodes bad for me. Yep, knew it would.
I rolled a 2. So that's a
Damn.
4.1 success for me.
and Regenbacher rolled a 7, so they all did excellent, and then I come in with a nice 76 and fail with -4
Well,
points.
you're lucky the rest of us have eyeballs.
I mean,
You got some stomach soup in your eye, so you know.
we all know how narratively this is going to have to work. With Lieutenant Lime, literally his eyes pinned to the sky, where he's just like sipping his coffee, his recaf, like shaky a little bit, like they're coming. I can feel them coming.
Keep an eye out. They'll come out of the sun.
So what we have is during one of the attacks, the attack swoops down. All three of you recognize and move out of the way. However, Lieutenant Lancaster, you see that Primer is still on the guns. He hasn't realized. And just as this like shearing wing comes about to like take his head off, you just crash into him and like knock him to the floor as the gargoyle like swoops over him, just missing, decapitating him, which I feel is like a perfect moment for you to get your own back for the day before.
Ooh, Primer Lancaster action. I'm shipping.
Oh my god. Who hasn't been shipped? For real.
Actually, I don't know.
Yep,
Would
she
I
hasn't been-
None of my NPCs have been shipped at all.
That's not true. You've been shipped with your dice. You
That's
yourself.
You notice
no
I haven't
longer
been
sheepy
rolling
dice,
for the
it's
shippy
shippy dice.
Oh, Primecaster is a good ship name.
Actually,
Ah.
That's a
good
freaking powerful ship name.
name. Wait, so do I get to take a shot possibly
Oh.
at this?
Absolutely. Well, if you like, but you have literally just saved Primer from being decapitated because he wasn't paying attention. So, yeah, you know what? That's a great choice. Would you like to take a shot at the beast, or would you like to take a shot at Prime?
I'm still, like, Lancaster's still a little miffed, so she's just gonna, like, ignore the fact that he's just got, like, almost decapitated and just try to kill the beast.
All right, roll me a ballistics, let's say plus 20.
Okay.
So wait, do I still get tackled or no?
You still get tackled. So she kind of like comes in and like hits you around the waist and then like rolls, and she comes up with her triplex lasgun. We'll roll a dodge.
That's a 3.1 success for me.
I don't want even to roll, because then chat is gonna start being like, oh, sheep dies.
So there's a funny thing that probably happens when you tackle me is you kind of just move me slight enough to get me out of the way, but I don't fall over. Whereas if Reckenbacher took me down, I would clearly crash to the ground.
Because Lancaster is pretty short, would I be able instead to just like not like sweep the leg, but almost like
just chop his knees from behind, so like his knees go down.
Well, like baseball slide into his feet so that it knocks him kind of down.
If that's the case, I would fall on top of you.
Oh no, wait. Oh yeah, no, that wouldn't work. Okay, hold on.
Also, it depends which leg you hit.
Oh
I
right,
do the
because you got a
splits.
shitty leg.
You slide in and clang.
Doesn't move.
Decapitated. End of Prime.
Could I hit him on the back of the knee to make him just kind of like buckle down on one side, and then that way?
I mean,
you know.
if you did really well on your roll, you got a crit. If you want to cut the hydraulics in his bionic leg, you can do that.
Technically, she could hit the back of the knee of the non-bionic leg, and I would kind of fall to one side.
Yeah, that's kind of what I imagined. Yeah. So I'd probably do that just to be like, I wouldn't even say anything. I'd probably just knock him and be like, you're not.
Yeah, and then kind of roll and pull up. So roll me a
Yeah.
damage, please, because I failed my dodge.
Right,
Roll it on the accurate. The
precision one.
precision.
Yeah.
One. I assume you're on precision.
Yeah.
Seeing as you have a heavy bolter at your disposal for the regular stuff.
Ooh.
12 energy damage.
+4 for no, +2 or 3. For
what?
accurate gives you per degree of success. Extra damage.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So
it'd be
15.
15.
15 damage. Yeah.
Which means, oh yeah, that guy just takes a shot straight to the eye, like in one eye, out the brain, kind of thing, and it just like, and just like collapses on top. Probably hits a couple of troopers, just wings over them and stuff. They like panic, like get it off.
Primer looks over and says, "Guess I should compliment you more often."
Oh no, please don't. You're terrible at it. Just walk away.
Back on the. Gush, 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 gush.
Yeah. Maybe not.
So at the end of the second day, you go down to like your little what's it called, quarters, and at this point, it's because this is technically the like fourth day of the assaults. Starting to get a little bit tired. Every night you have to get up to deal with at least one like kind of probing attack on the trench lines, and there's not a chance to always get sleep. So let's take a toughness from everyone, please, to see how you're doing with sleep deprivation and whatnot. Something I know nothing about.
That thing I'm worst at, yay!
Flat toughness.
Flat toughness.
4.1.
Minus 2.4.
I succeeded! Huh!
Minus
0.8!
2.7.
That's a rough roll.
I rolled
How did Vandy succeed and Tyler not? What?
Listen.
Bandy rolled a 22. Tyler rolled an 87.
Yeah.
I got my terrible, like, what was it? Cooking roll out of the way. We're fine. It's a strong stomach stew. I have a strong stomach.
Also based on based on the characters, narratively, I'd say most likely Prime has been awake more and active more than Lancaster.
Lime probably has been awake as well, just looking for the freaking gargoyles. They're coming.
Especially since Reckenbacher was at Medicaid, he probably like took her shift.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So if you'd like to push through it, you can take a level of fatigue. However, you would be aware that you're kind of operating at low capacity currently, Primer. And also Lime.
Can I use my recap break ability for this? I'm trying to remember exactly what it does.
So your recap break is like meditation, except for more specific. You may use it to get rid of one level of fatigue. If you'd like to kind of teach the way to Primer, you could also get him to join you. It'll keep you going for this day. After that, you will need sleep.
Okay, yeah. When we start to suffer from it, at some point, Lime will call Primer over as we're just going about the business.
What is
Like,
it?
come sit down for a minute. I think they're trying to wear us out. It seems like there's some kind of plan going on here. They're sending lots of little attacks to keep us awake, so we tire out, and then they're going to send something big that we can't handle because we've been worn down.
You're probably right. That would make sense. That sounds like something one of my instructors told me about back on our planet. He's like half like droopy-eyed occasionally.
There's not too much we can do about it except try and hold out and take them by surprise. Like, still be ready to go when they show up. Times like these, you got to break out the good stuff, and then like pulls out of his pocket like some particular like packet.
Yeah, it's like very small, kind of almost like a square that you get salt in some restaurants and stuff. It's like tiny little amount.
And I've sourced a spare mug and I pour out some hot water from the thermos and put it in. And it's like, here, this will keep you going at least another day.
Appreciate it. And he'll pull out his pack of low sticks and he say, "Want one?"
Don't mind if I do. Take everything I can get.
You just kind of see Lime and Primer leaning against like the trench wall and drinking recaf and smoking some low sticks.
So during this time,
New ship, Limer.
That's a bromance.
Yeah.
That's a bromance if there ever was one. That's
during this moment, like there's Primer and Lime sitting there, like with a low stick and with a recaf, and they're just kind of like taking a moment and just like staring off into nothing, sipping, smoking the low stick. From outside, Lancaster is on a heavy bolter, like gush, 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 gush. More ammo, bring me more, and then Reckenbacher's like flaming bits of the jungle, and you hear like the screeches, you hear like Medicaid! And then
Just sitting
inside,
there enjoying.
yeah, just taking a moment.
Primer's like, "Repeater, get on that thing."
But it's about 10 to 20 minutes. It's not just obviously the special recaf helps and the low stick and just relaxing, but it's also just the moment spent doing absolutely nothing. Just lets you refresh yourself enough to keep going, so you don't have to take that level of fatigue, and you'll be present for this day. However, this will only work once, so next time you won't be able to do this to forego the fatigue.
Fair.
So for today, it's just ballistic skills. They're just probing, they're just trying, they're just attacking.
Oh, good old
Everyone roll me a
probing.
ballistics to see how you
Just,
do.
you know,
taking them out.
a little probing. It's fine.
Oh, just a little probing.
Oh, I still failed. Minus 1.4.
Minus 1.6.
Minus 1.8.
I'm the only one who succeeded, I guess, with a 1.3. So
Yeah.
Nicely done.
So-
Lancaster,
Little 1
Lancaster
points
is
there.
dedicated, okay?
Lancaster's
like
carrying.
Lancaster got a little pissed
Well, the first day with the tree. Well, I mean, I guess my question is, Lancaster, seeing as you succeeded your role, would you like to carry on with the tree destruction, or you'd like to aim for the enemy?
Am I allowed to flip him off on this stream? Is that something I can do?
There's this
Think
great
so?
ability you have in Discord where you could flip off whatever you typed last. That way you don't have to show it on screen. You can just private.
That is true. That is true. I could just do that. It's all right. It's all right. I'll remember this, Sheepy. I'll
I
remember.
really want a gif of
Fair enough.
Andy flipping off the camera every now and again so that I can send that to people.
There's just like so many. No, I will actually hit the. I'll let them clear the trees this time. It's fine. I'll actually hit some of them.
Well, in terms of failure at ballistic skills, none of them are too bad. Like it's pretty much how well you do in clearing the enemy. Obviously, aside from Lieutenant Lancaster, mostly it's not effective, but you still get hits, you still get kills. You've managed to, there's not enough of a failure whereby you're like endangering the tree population of the area.
I blame Repeater.
Yeah. That's what it's for.
He was on there while I was taking a recap break, so the
That's
misses
true.
were him, the hits were me.
Oh, absolutely.
He just recalibrated the whole bolter. Like, it's clearly why you're not hitting. Yeah.
So let's go into your toughness rolls to see how you do this time. I will give a +10 to those who succeeded last time.
Why do I have a feeling
Oh,
now that
no.
I get that?
Do we get a +10?
I rolled a
It's-
crit
yep,
fail
I
and a
did.
99.
You rolled a crit fail and a 99.
I scraped through with 0.5.
-1.6. Oh my
I
god,
got
what
a
is
one-
happening?
I got a 1.1 degree of success. I am still killing it.
Yeah.
This is weird. I'm not okay with this. I feel uncomfortable.
The
I
re-
imagine Primer literally falls asleep on the heavy bolter.
Yeah, like just crashes.
Oh no.
And a couple of the I think that you have a sergeant and corporal with you. Like come up, the sergeant jumps on the heavy bolter. The corporal like drags Primer away, like off to the Medicaid.
And like I'm walking by as he's being dragged away. I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have given him the full sachet.
That's too much for a newbie.
Yeah,
I forgot he
had
doesn't
a-
have a 1/4 like tolerance.
Oh my
he got a
God.
massive high and then just crashed.
Oof.
That's
Was
too
not
funny.
ready.
So who else also failed?
I did. I failed.
Lieutenant Rickenbacker. You can take a shorter shift on today, but it will mean that you won't be able to really help with the combat as much.
Okay.
So, or you can take a level of fatigue. It's kind of down to you.
I'm not taking fatigue. We've
It's
seen how
fa-
that goes. It is not
Fatigue
good.
is rough.
One
Would
level is
I-
-10 to every roll, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would I kind of have been able maybe to see her kind of flagging with the flamer and just say, Rickenbacker, maybe you want to take a break?
She's like having the struggle, but she's like, I'm fine.
Oh, you most certainly do not look fine. Maybe not. We don't want another Primer situation, so.
Yeah, this is like 5 minutes after Primer has like crashed over.
Yeah, I look over and I see someone else on his spot, and I'm like, she just nods and kind of like waves her hand, like.
Yeah, drops off the heavy flamer. It like dips down for a second until the corporal like comes up and jumps on it.
Reluctantly
flames
walks
start.
away. She pats it on the side, and she's like, "You be good to him," and then she walks away.
I imagine part of this has to do with the fact that she knows Primer normally is pretty good at this and just completely passed out.
Okay. So, like maybe 5 minutes after you come under heavy fire from the jungle.
Oh no.
I knew it. It's the Ents.
Well, that was good. That last one was real good.
That's a
That's a crit
There's-
fail, Hondo.
Fail
There's them sheepy
100.
dice.
Yeah, sheepy dice.
All right, so Sheepy.
In
on
all
Sheepy's
fairness,
ballistic
in all
rolls.
fairness, a 5 is a crit success, though.
Wow.
Oh
yeah, he did
There
get
is
a
a-
crit
He
success.
got a crit success, but then he got a super crit fail.
So is that like icing on the, like what is it, shit sandwich that we had? Because like that's 2 terrible rolls, but one
I wanna-
very good one on top.
I want to say it's a cake that's baked improperly but iced nicely.
You know, you can polish a turd, but it's not a turd.
Bad ingredients, bad like,
But it's store-bought
Okay.
icing.
but it's got nice icing. Oh
So,
God, what
so
the
for
hell?
the
It's like
For
it's
the
like one shot.
podcast. for the podcast, Sheepy rolled a 5 on the first ballistics roll for a 2.8 degrees of success.
That was
Then
when you got
an
the
89 for minus 5.6 degrees, and then a crit 100 failure minus 6.5 degrees of success.
You'd go really well
yeah.
on a Markiplier makes cake.
The podcast listeners also can't see my frozen smile currently. So everyone roll me a dodge, please.
I'm imagining this is like a single, like just one trooper just gets sniped. I'm like, where did that come from?
Can I
And then
do a
nothing
parry
else happens
instead of a
ever.
dodge?
You don't have to.
Oh, I don't have to.
Because
you're not
you like about 10 minutes ago you took your break.
Okay.
Nice dodge, Bentham.
So mine's
Nice.
minus 0.6, so
Minus
not,
0.6.
it's not terrible,
2.9.
but not great.
And I rolled a minus 0.6 and a minus 3.6, so I have a feeling I know who's gonna get hit.
No.
So
Someone is getting sniped.
Oh no.
Oh, and it's a that's a crit on the
is
damage.
a lot of damage. What?
15 rending pen 3.
Yeah, and it's a crit because he got a crit 10 damage.
No.
That
sheepy
is a lot.
dice. Let's make this sheepy dice the thing where it's good and not soul crushing.
Oh no.
So this is. Oh, God, brain, where is
Who is
the-
this hitting?
This is
really hope
Hopefully
hitting,
no
hitting
one,
me.
because
I
it's gonna
really-
be bad for anyone that's left on the field right now.
Yeah, that would fully just
I
kill
can
me.
take it.
Oh,
Except I dodged.
Yeah. So this hits. I think. Yeah, it's Corporal Hurricane. One of the. He replaced Lieutenant Reckenbacker on the flamer,
Oh.
and just
Wait, is he
like
one of mine?
the. Yeah, he's one of yours.
Oh no.
Aw.
He's actually in your pool as well. So.
Yeah, that's why I remember.
Yeah. So he's on the flamer and he like spins to the side, and as he spins to the side, there's this like burst of like blood that kind of comes out the kind of like the side facing away from the enemy as he's like flaming, and the flamer like kind of drops from his hand, and you hear his scream as you can see like beetle type things like burrowing around in him, and
Ah.
because the Tyranids have living ammunition. They use like little their bullets are bugs that
I
hit
hate
you, and
bugs.
Oh.
Like I
Yeah,
hate.
it's-
I hate anything that like I don't hate bugs, but I hate the bugs that like crawl on stuff.
Why is it that I picture from the Mummy
it's like that.
Ugh.
Well, except for they get hit with a bullet first, and then it turns into that.
Yeah.
Which is
Nope.
possibly worse. Which is why I didn't go into massive details of the details of what happens there. Just gave you a let your imaginations do what you want with that.
Yeah, no, bad.
Scarabs are the worst. And
Yeah.
Just anything like eating a body from the inside out is just like.
But the good news is,
At a certain point, when you know they're dead, you just start opening fire on them to kill the bugs.
yeah. The good news is none of you got hit by it, so yeah.
That's good. That's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
Love that.
but now Bentham has one less trooper.
I've crossed him out on my sheet.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I have
dude.
like a strike. I have a death, like a a graveyard section
And it's
on my
3.6.
sheet.
Yeah, if I had a graveyard section, it would just be way too full.
In all goodness,
so...
I'm pretty sure that -100 is they shot themselves with the burrowing bugs, so you hear screams from the woods as well.
But they basically get into an argument with their ammunition, and their ammunition attacks them. And like burrows through
Get
their
in the
brains
gun.
and
No,
stuff.
I don't wanna.
I wanna do other things. I want to be a star. I'm going to Hollywood.
I'm gonna be a singer.
You don't however see that, but we do, because you know. So it's time to bunk down for 4th night. Everyone roll me a toughness. If you pass the last one, you get +10.
What if you passed the last 2?
+20.
Failed the last 2.
You're unconscious in the medical wing.
Cool. I'm still unconscious because I rolled a -0.8.
How did I fail that one?
If we pass one, but we failed another, we get a +10, not a +20,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
I got a +20 and I still fail. Minus
don't have-
2.4.
You don't have good
2.1.
toughness, to be fair.
I have, yeah, but somehow I was passing all
I
the
have
other
great
ones.
toughness, and I've not succeeded once. So
That's true. The dice
That is
can
true.
be harsh.
Yeah, I failed again.
I've
with
got-
-0.8.
I've got terrible toughness, and it's come to bite me. -4.3.
Okay. So I imagine
That's
aside
bad.
from Sergeant Lieutenant Rickenbacker, who is probably up and a bit more boisterous, having taken a break.
Yeah.
Uh,
Took Lancaster's advice. Taking everyone's advice lately. It's not good.
Primer is the living embodiment of me right now.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't stop streaming until 1 o'clock in the morning. Nice.
So, as you all slowly get up, probably quite lethargic for Lieutenant Lime and Lancaster. It's another day on the trenches. That's gonna be back up on the guns. This is day number 5. At around this point, probably, Lieutenant Primer kind of kicks in, probably just like pushes in the door to the quarters, walks over to his bunk and like sits down and starts picking his stuff up. All 3 of you will be on to fatigue.
2 fatigue?
2 fatigue.
So I'm on 2.
For one what?
This was a good time for me to succeed.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
this is
What the fudge?
it's been a rough time.
So, Sheepy, I would like to
Wow.
volunteer and say that Vandy and Lime should have 1 fatigue, and I take 3.
What is your
Bro-
threshold?
You just got some rest because you passed out.
Yeah,
So.
you did get some rest, so I'd be willing to bump you to 1, but the other 2 have been like on the line and fighting this whole time. The second that they get hit by it, they're getting hit by it hard.
Me. God damn it.
I'll let chat decide. Primer to have 1 or 2.
Given the opportunity,
I'll
Lime's going
keep
to take
my
it
2.
easy, but it's whether he gets the chance.
Yeah. So
It's hard. Exhaustion's rough.
here's my question for all of you.
You can get rid of some with the fate point.
You can get rid of fatigue with a fate point.
But
1 or 2 points with it.
I think
it's
it's
just
1
one.
level of fate.
yeah,
You know.
per
Okay.
fate point.
Our chat's being nice. They're saying
Yeah.
1. Oh, that's so sweet.
Except for that one person.
Am I
We
the
see
mean
you.
person?
A couple of people have said 2. Make note
Yeah.
of their names.
Yeah, we see you.
Yeah, Frank's in there. I knew Frank would put a 2 in there. Frank.
Frank's
Oh,
like, I
boy.
can't GM you now, but
Still help
Can
murder.
still screw you over. Am I the mean one? Like giving you guys all this? I feel
fine.
like usually chat would be the mean ones, but also there are some people saying like 7 and 4 and stuff
Yeah,
now.
they're now voting
I
for
don't
other
know.
way larger
5, like.
When
we
you
will.
reach 5 fatigue, you die, right?
You go unconscious.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on your threshold, right? Because my threshold is 3.
Oh yeah, it does
Same.
depend on your threshold.
Mine's 5.
My threshold
Yeah,
is 3.
Yeah. So
We were
the
tough.
reason you passed out was because it was a crit fail. And it just kind of represents like narratively how hard Primer's
wrong
been
one.
pushing himself.
My threshold's 5. I was looking at my trooper sheet, not my sheet.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hope I was rolling on the right sheet.
Rip.
Hold
So
on, let me check.
it's 1.
Yeah,
When we had the serious rolls, they were saying 1. So
you
I'm
were
happy
not
with him.
rolling on your correct sheet because you would have had a 63 chance to succeed on that last one instead of a. But you know.
Yeah.
He still succeeded pretty well.
Yeah. So
Oh
I'm
my
wondering
God.
if you would have succeeded. Yep, you would have succeeded that one.
Well, we can only change it going forward.
Whoops.
Luckily,
Luckily, I succeeded on that last one.
yeah.
I was like, wait,
luck-
I think I might be rolling on the wrong sheet
Wish
because
we
I have them
could
both
color
popped up.
coordinate these.
Yeah.
God.
Luckily,
There was one you rolled correctly on, and one you didn't, and then one.
I think
you
it was
did-
just the one I didn't.
yeah.
at 5 fatigue, the con effect shows up. Yeah, that's it.
And it's the
Um,
one you succeeded too.
Yeah, I know.
Look-
That's the funny part.
Luckily for me, it doesn't matter what sheet I roll on because 100 means the same thing regardless.
That's true.
A crit fail is still a crit fail.
It's more that my troopers have different stats than me. That's
Yeah,
why.
they do. And different ticks. Like you are all significantly better than your standard troopers.
Apparently not
Um,
though.
I mean, you could still roll badly. You know, that's always a possibility. It's just less of a chance. So, yes, Tyler, Primer, you can take 1 fatigue.
Got it.
As you
minus
manage.
10 on everything.
Wasn't
yeah.
what he was trying to go for, but he was trying to help the others.
Exactly. I wanted 3 and them to get 1, but
But in doing so, you proved yourself selfless and therefore got a reward.
So, as the morning artillery starts up,
please tell me they're not fatigued.
let's have a look here. That's a
Victor's
bad
trapped
roll,
and is
but,
being experimented on.
Yes. Yes, Victor is not able to show up currently. But who knows for the future. As the morning artillery kind of starts going over like vague thumps and explosions in the distance, you get a missive from a runner who hands you a like short report basically stating that today's probably going to be from what the recon can tell, there's going to be a large push all along this trench line, so all hands are going to be needed to repel them. Now my question for you lieutenants is, some of you are very, very tired. You've been on those guns day in, day out, night in, night out. If a proper push comes, are you going to keep resting, or are you going to jump up on those guns? Because you're lieutenants, at this point you have that choice. You can designate it to others, you can you can just be like, no, I'm not in fit fighting shape. But it does mean that your specific presence is not there and you're not able to help affect things.
Probably one of your troopers is gonna die.
Primer's gonna be up there.
But I think
Yeah.
it's might be a good idea for you guys to rest.
I
Alright.
definitely think
2 on, 2 off.
rest, yeah.
I'll definitely be
Yeah.
there because I'm not as exhausted.
Primer passed out, so he's definitely gonna be there.
Yeah, that's fair.
That
You know
that
what?
definitely makes sense. The dynamic. Those two are like, we're staying on the front line. And Lime's gonna be like, oh fine, I'm gonna go to bed. See you later.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna be like, well, you got your rest, and now it's
Oh.
our time for ours. So
Like, I need to be more awake to persuade you two to sleep.
Additionally, with the dispatches which were read out, it requests that you give a quick speech to the troopers who are going to be facing the enemy.
Great.
Just the ones on the trench line, like up and down. So
Is that a charm roll or command roll?
that will be a command roll. However, as you, all four of you, kind of like gather up the troopers like up and down the trench, all from all of the regiments, like, you know, most of them have like some form of injury, whether it's like a cut, a scrape, you know, some of them got burns, and so on and so forth. They all kind of stand there like a little bit battered, but still like resilient. They don't look broken or anything like that. Please feel free to roll me your command, and also any words of inspiration or
So
Is
hold
this
on,
each
sorry.
of us?
Is,
Roll first and
Yeah.
then say what we're saying, or say what we're saying and see if it benefits our roll.
either.
All right.
Um,
I'm gonna.
is this everyone?
All four of you were
Alright.
requested to speak to the troops.
I'll do my
As-
roll and then I'll do
Yeah,
my
as-
speech based on it, because
As you are the COs in the area.
as we know, the rolls don't always go in our favor. Minus 1.2. How? I have 3.
It was a
check marks.
76.
Oh, do I need to put a minus 20 on this for 2 levels of fatigue?
You do, yes.
That's why I have mine set up to roll minus 10. So
You do all have. I will also say. Nice. I will also say. Primer. The pure fact that you fought until you've passed out will give you a +10.
So I'm at an even keel then.
And we'll apply that. You can reroll if you like, Lieutenant Reckerbacker, but you will also, because you actually haven't really like stumbled or anything throughout the thing. Like, you did take that break, but everyone's taken breaks. That's, you know, not a huge thing. You'll get a +10 too, so it'd either be minus 0.2 or.
Wait. I haven't taken a break.
I know. I was gonna say you also get a +20 because
okay.
of that impressive takedown of the thing, and the fact that you've been going with pretty much 0 breaks. And Lieutenant Lime, you get a +10.
Jeez.
Doesn't
Alright,
matter,
well,
already got a
still
crit.
wanna-
I rolled a
Yeah.
3.
I was gonna say, Maggie, probably best to not re-roll, but I know it was tempting.
But I just have really good fellowship. And I
Yeah.
have 3 check marks.
I do too. I actually want to give my speech before I roll to see if Sheepy rewards
Yeah.
me or takes it
That's
away
fine.
from me. So
Me too.
I won't be. I
Go
can
for
tell you,
it.
I won't be giving additional bonuses. But
that's fair. I still want to do it before I roll.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, men, women, all of you. Looks like we're expecting a heavy onslaught today. Not many are going to be getting rest. You're going to have to fight until you pass out, if necessary, like I did. You're going to have to stand strong, as this is the strongest part of the defense. You are the strongest part of the defense. I don't care about how well the guns are placed or anything alike. That stuff is structural. It all comes down to your heart, your will, your power, your ability to stand fast and shoot well. Hit them where it hurts and repel those scum from this place. And I'll just say, we are the Hard Hides. And here comes my roll. Hope it's good.
And you hear the like nice. You hear the like stomp of feet of your regiment as like they're kind of dotted all around, but they respond to your words. Also,
Alright.
Sheepy's gonna get slightly better inspirational music, which I think is this one.
See, I imagine it's much like the 300 Spartans where they go, whoa, whoa.
Yeah. Where's the? I think it's this one.
Probably gather up my 12.
There we go. Carry on. Speeches, please.
Alrighty then. So
Great.
we've made it to another day. Everyone's looking pretty good. We've all done a very good job so far. I'm taking out a decent amount of trees and enemies at the same time, which is very good. Very well done. You want to make sure you keep your eyes sharp on those the skies. You see those big old gargoyles like that one. We really should move that out of the courtyard. But you see them. if they're gonna be coming for you. You gotta keep an eye out. Make sure you keep an eye out for your fellow trooper. We want to make it so we can live for another breakfast. And remember, the 12th are here too.
We're here too.
I want to see the roll.
All right, that's a command roll with plus 20 for me.
Which would be a 0, because you're at minus 20.
You're at minus 22. So
Oh,
0.
right, which would be a 0. Oh, hold on a second. That's not the right one. Sorry.
You can
Well-
roll again with the right modifiers.
Okay. It's just with no modifiers, but... Well, that's basically the same.
Can I just say, I feel really bad for managing to find the inspirational music just after Tyler's done his great speech, and then we go into Lancaster's.
I love.
That's
I can
great.
only apologise, man.
It's alright.
Yeah.
Chat, they're all like, for the breakfast. I love it.
What about second breakfast?
For that breakfast too.
But I'm hungry now.
Get your rations, you blackguards.
You notice one of the 12th like sneaking out some kind of ration bar from someone in front of him. It's probably someone in the 21st.
Just shake my head and just be like, all right, I'm going to take a nap because I've been up on that gosh darn bolter for 4 days straight, so good luck.
You're not going to be there with us, Lieutenant.
I'll join you in a
Yeah,
bit.
you definitely stole that bar. That was my generic trooper.
Fair enough.
Oh, am I gonna get guilted into going back though?
I mean, it's up to you.
How disappointed do they look that I'm not gonna be there?
I mean, they're all injured, tired, dirty, wet, bedraggled.
And you look unscathed.
No, not unscathed. She has also been doing
Slightly
the same.
scathed.
But they're going back up on the line, is all I'll say.
Are they as exhausted as I am?
She has -2 exhaustion though.
They're close. It depends from one to the other. Some of them are as bad as you, some of them aren't. Some of them have just been some of them are like completely fresh. You know, their uniforms are just a little bit wet. They're not too dirty. They've just turned up to replace people who've died or been wounded so badly they need to like be taken back.
All right, I'm gonna be like, I'm taking a quick power nap and then I'll be back up there with you.
I can tell you a power nap won't take away any of the fatigue.
How much would it take to take away one fatigue?
The day. You need to take the day off.
The entire day.
Yeah.
It's alright. It's alright. We're about to switch back to inspirational because Lime's about to give his insanely awesome speech here.
I'll just say I'll be joining you tomorrow, but you're in the capable hands of Lieutenants Primer and Rickenbacker.
All right, Lieutenant.
Just stay alert.
Roll
For
me
goodness sake.
roll me a scrutiny, please. Plus 10.
Me?
Which will be a minus 10 total.
Yeah, scrutiny.
Minus 10. Got this. Yes, you told you.
I succeeded with a 1.
That's.
I got a
shame.
3. That's a crit. I got
Yeah.
3.
Yeah,
What?
that's a crit.
Oh, nice.
What that means
Ow.
is you notice the spirits of all of the 12th drop and like.
Oh my
Number-
god!
No.
Are you
I'm sorry.
serious?
I'm sorry. That's what it was for. I was hoping you'd failed and you wouldn't
Fuck
notice.
me. I'll just be like, if I see them, I'll just turn away and be like, oh, Emperor, damn it. Let me grab a bite and then I'll come join you.
3 cheers for the lieutenant! Hip hip hurrah! Hurrah!
Pip, you're dead.
The lieutenant's here too.
Fucking
Hey, it's not a I didn't make Vandy roll a crit success
Yeah.
to notice it.
Yeah.
fucking unbelievable. This,
Sorry.
Entire episode has been one big guilt trip.
Lieutenant Lime, I believe you're up next.
Lime steps up to his section of the trench. He sticks his entrenching tool down into the ground and leans on it. All right, men. You know what they're trying to do to us here. They're sending wave after wave, not giving us any time to rest. They're trying to wear us down. That's their plan. Wear us down till we can't fight anymore. Any one man couldn't handle something like this. No time for sleep, no quiet. But I'm not just one man. I have you behind me. We're a team. And together the 1-4 can hold them forever. They won't last that long. We are only men, but the Emperor, he is immortal, and through us, he will destroy these things. Hold fast, and let me play a recap when we're done. Raises a mug.
To recap! I need a refill!
For the recap.
We don't have a problem, you do!
That crit success though.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well.
3.
I appreciate I got to go third, so I had time to think of a 3-roll speech.
Yeah. Question, Lieutenant Lime, are you going on the trenches or are you going to rest for the day?
He's off to a nap. He's earned it.
Okay.
He's like, right, that'll keep him from complaining while I sleep.
Do you turn before even looking to see if they're upset or disappointed that you're not going on the line with them?
I stand for a moment. I wait till they're distracted again and sipping their recap before I.
Roll me a scrutiny.
I want him to roll
10.
a stealth to see if they don't notice.
But are you gonna try?
If you'll be guilted.
Are you gonna try and slip
It's not
away?
a sneak away. He just waits till they're all going about their business and then marches off.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's oblivious.
Super crit fail on the
Oblivious.
scrutiny.
Yeah.
So he delivers that speech the moment he's finished. He doesn't even wait for a response. He's like, I am so tired, and just turns and goes. It's like, I better hope that works, because I've got no idea what I just said.
I was sitting there waiting for a crit success and it rolled under the 0 and I'm like, okay, that's kind of good.
That's so good. Oh.
How is it when you're rolling and you want to roll badly, you crit fail?
Super crit fail.
Super crit fail.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you don't notice. Finally, we have Lieutenant Rickenbacker.
Yeah, Rickenbacker kind of moves up in the line. They bring over the reliquary, and she kind of stands next to it with Corporal Nolan, if he's here. I'm assuming
Corporal
he's here.
Nolan's
Yeah.
there, yeah.
I think he was here when we were talking last time. And she's like, I guess I did a 0.6, so it's not a terrible speech, but it's not the best.
It's decent enough.
Like every other fight, the Emperor does test us. But we will be victorious. We cannot falter in the fear of our enemies, nor let our enemies get to us. Or even if we die in the honor of our Emperor. It is our legacy. We know this. She raises her shield. Live in steel. She waits for them to say, die in steel.
Everyone raises their shields and slams it down together. Die in steel. And because you have your reliquary and you have your corporal there with you and everything, you do actually get bonuses to the roll. So it is a success as well.
Nice.
Also, I like the idea of a propaganda poster for the 1-4, which is just first and foremost, except for when we're sleepy.
Oh no.
Except for when it's nap time, in which case we're at the back.
There's always someone first and foremost, and then a third of us are asleep.
Yeah.
I mean, someone's got to sleep, right?
So, everyone else takes their positions, their posts. There's a sergeant on the mortar ready to respond to the enemy when the enemy turn up, or anything along those lines. The artillery kind of like peters out, and then it's just the rain.
Oh God, no, not again.
Everyone roll me awareness, please. Take a... Actually,
At least
it
we
would
still
be a
have
plus
Andy
10.
with us.
Yep,
Am I-
it would
am
be
I
a plus
not-
10, but the weather means it's also a minus 10. So it's just...
That
Am I-
means it's a minus 20 for me.
No, it's a flat. It's a flat, because you get plus 10, but you also... Yeah.
No, it's not a flat because I have a fatigue of minus 10, so...
It would then be minus 10, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
It's a
I'm,
flat.
I'm
for
not
me.
Does that
rolling
mean
this
it's-
right because I'm asleep.
You're asleep, yeah.
Yeah,
No.
you're asleep, so...
Minus 1 point. Oh no, that's not mine.
Mine's minus
1.
1.7.
Minus 0.8.
Oh, we
okay.
all did bad.
minus
Me and you didn't do
0.8,
terrible,
yeah.
Vandy, but
Wait, we
That's
gotta
with
roll
a minus
for,
20, so.
We gotta roll
Yeah.
for Bentham's dude. Not
Bentham's a-
Lime, but
oh,
the...
Sheepy does.
Oh,
Oh,
yes, okay.
yeah.
I could do a trooper.
Yeah, roll me a trooper then.
Oh no.
Roll me a
I do like the trooper setup because like even when you're out with your main character, you have like you can still
You have,
partake.
you have things you can... Yeah,
Yeah.
there's RB about. And,
What was the modifier? It was nothing overall, right?
It's flat,
Nothing.
yeah.
It's flat, unless they have exhaustion.
Which...
Which this one
Oh no.
They failed.
Is
Minus
it-
4.1.
It's a rough target too. They're not as good. So the beginning is just kind of like checking your ammunition, checking your firing pins cleared, making sure that there's not going to jam, that it's being maintained properly. So the first hour goes by. You're keeping an eye out. You don't really see anything. Another hour goes by. Another. There's no activity. There's no action. Another hour goes by. Just raining on you. Probably about midday by now. Everyone roll me in awareness?
Flat again.
I assume same
Flat.
better.
1.1. I see something.
I do
Minus
see
0.3.
My guy
4.1.
fails. Minus 2.9.
Sergeant. Lieutenant Rickenbacker. You see nothing.
Okay.
Another hour passes.
Oh god, it's probably
I
they're stealthing.
swear
I'm scared.
To
Yeah,
fuck.
there's some
If-
multi-hour operation they're performing that we ain't seeing.
Yeah.
Coming from our flanks. That's what my prediction is.
If today has nothing happening and I could have gone to fucking sleep, I'm gonna be pissed.
I'm so for it. Like we got bad intel.
Another hour goes past. Another hour goes past. It's starting to get dark. Getting towards the evening. Everyone roll me in awareness, please.
I'm just gonna
I'm
say
gonna-
over the comms.
Definitely
Take a-
turning on my eyeball for this one.
Take a plus 10 as it gets dark.
Ooh, nice.
My trooper super crit fails.
Minus
Just
1.5.
goes blind randomly.
Dang it!
I can't see! Ah!
Does he accidentally like
3.5.
walk into the edge of the bastion we're on and
Oh, we're
just
so
fall off
screwed
into the
if these
river?
are
Like
there's
He just
Minus
hunkers down,
6.
so
We're so screwed.
minus 2.5. Yeah.
you see nothing.
Yeah.
surprised you're
Not-
letting this trooper live for the. Rolling
Nothing's
so bad.
happening. Nothing's going on. It's apparently just a quiet day.
I hate you so much. Sheila.
Primer has a bad feeling and says, "All right, can we shoot off a flare?"
Roll me a ballistic skill plus 20, please, Bentham, with your trooper.
All right.
Ooh.
So degree of success, which surprises me
Well.
really. I'm half expecting based on his awareness. He's like, which way's the front?
I mean, because
it's
he's
raining.
on
You
the
probably can't see very well.
yeah the rain, and also because he's on the mortar, he's at the back of this little like tower defensive place, so he can't see over it as well. Though narratively that's why, but really you just rolled 100, which is the second 100 this session from you.
Third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other one was me. So, going into the night, nothing on the flare. Every now and then, I assume, like, every time you think there might be something, or you get a bit paranoid, you want to send up another flare?
He's gonna hold off for now because that one
Okay.
didn't show anything, so he'll just be like paranoid.
As the evening kicks in and it gets properly dark, Sergeant Lime, if you want, you've had sufficient rest to take off of fatigue. You can go and join the line if you want.
It's only one fatigue though, right?
Yeah. So you still got one more.
He'll rejoin for now.
Okay.
So
minute
when he
he
is it
rejoins?
weirdly quiet? Like, are there normally attacks, but right now there's nothing?
There's been no attacks along this line.
Okay, yeah.
The minute he rejoins, I'm saying, all right, I'm tagging out.
Yeah?
Fair enough.
You got a little rest?
Yep, feeling a bit better.
All right.
Not all the way there, but then that's the whole idea. Though, where are they?
We have
Good
not
Like,
seen
question.
anyone.
look over the.
Just keep your eyes peeled.
But
My
I
eyes
has
are
a bad
starting to.
feeling about this, though. Maybe we have bad intel.
Maybe they went to a weaker part, broke through, and are coming from the rear. That's what I'm afraid of.
That is always the case.
They gotta be up to something. They've been wearing us out on purpose. They can't just have, like, they can't give us a day to rest now, unless it's to lull us into a false sense of security so they attack us tomorrow.
Can I get
Today,
a few of my
tomorrow.
troopers to go and check, like, the flanks?
Like run down the
Or-
trenches?
Yeah, I just want to see, cause like I don't want them to be hitting us from, like if they come around the back or anything.
Yeah. You basically
Would
want
that be
to.
possible? I
Yeah,
guess
you
it
can
would.
you can send runners up and down the trenches to see if there's been any breakthroughs or.
Primer will look to Click, because Click is with him, and he'll say, Click, can you vox over to the other lines, see what's going on up the line?
Of course, right away LT. Like turns around, starts like dialing through the different parts of the trench, like checking in and that type of thing.
I really
Rickenbacker
hope
says
they
to
did good.
Lime,
Okay.
day tomorrow does not matter when they come. We must be prepared no matter what.
My
Sorry.
concern right now is they've got something else going on.
I saw a comment in the chat that made me
Yeah.
laugh. One of the lictors caught Comedict. This is the impact when they upload his mind to the hive mind. They're all like striking heroic poses in the jungle and not bothering to attack.
Like, in the wrong place, too.
Yeah,
Because their sense of direction is like off.
I'll be real honest with you. My eyes are starting to go, and I'm gonna need to rest them before I, can't see anymore.
They have a lot of distrust in their own soldiers. I see an enemy. No, wait.
Is it? So would you like to wait, Lancaster, until the report comes back from Click? Like as he checks up
Yeah.
and down the line?
Yeah, well, I'll give it a few.
Okay. It's like
Do I
5
have
minutes.
any runners? Like,
Yeah, you
We all do.
can.
yeah.
I mean, like you once you get your platoon set up, you'll have actual runners like designated. Currently, you can
Oh,
just like
because this is just
Yeah.
the main, yeah.
currently you can just grab a
Oh, okay,
trooper
right.
and go
Correct.
run down the Vox is being sent out with Click. So,
Yeah, the only reason I have Click is that's literally what Shifter gave me.
yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and I have Corporal Nolan.
So after a little bit of time, Click kind of turns around to you, says, As far as I can make clear, sir, there have been no attacks all the way down the trenches, and also all the way up to the Emperor's Talon.
Weird.
This isn't right.
The chatter I was getting from the higher-ups is that they're expecting an attack tonight, based on recent intel. However, the captain is coming down to see you in the next couple of hours.
Alright, maybe
That's
we'll
a
get more
Captain Shifter
information.
for you. Yeah.
And for all we know, he's already here. I look around as if it will make a difference.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to be here, but
Primer, knowing that might be the case and having the fear of, you know, something stealthily happen, he's gonna simply go, I'm gonna step back, keep him at the back lines in the protected area. Last thing I want is them getting his information and his ability to not be tracked.
yes,
And
sir.
he'll stand fast, soldiers, and he'll actually walk back to,
Like a back trench, basically.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone else? Captain
Stay.
should be here in an hour or two.
Let's stay where I was stationed.
And I'm reluctantly going to stay.
I'm gonna go to some of my troopers and be like, all right, remember the plan to put man traps into the river? We didn't get a chance because they attacked. I think we've got a chance right now. Be careful, because they might be watching. But see if you can get some deployed in the river, because I think we might need them soon.
Aye, sir. And they start like unpacking the man trap pieces and putting them together and etc. Do you want to be doing this with them, or do you want to stay on the line?
If there's a moment before the captain shows up, I'll head down there with him.
Got like an hour or two till he shows up, according to the report.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it dangerously. I'm gonna be one of the people who goes down to the edge of the river
Okay.
with the bear traps.
Okay. Feeling a bit guilty about sleeping while all your troopers sat up doing absolutely nothing.
Well, part of it is morale. Part of it is I want to get as close as possible to where the Tyranids might be to see if I can get an idea of what they're up to.
Okay. In that case, roll me a stealth and roll me an awareness.
Does he get a positive for moving forward or anything?
You get a plus 10 to your awareness, and your standard plus minuses for fatigue.
All right, minus 10 on the stealth then, and flat for the awareness.
That's exceedingly rude. I would not crit fail the tunnel digging. You don't know that.
Oh no.
That was a minus 2.5 on the stealth and a minus 2.8 on the awareness.
Roll me a scrutiny with minus 20, not including your minus 10, so minus 30.
Oh god. Okay, that's not gonna go well.
Come on. You have a chance. That's all I can say.
Oh! I did it! I rolled an 8!
There you go.
0.2 degrees success.
You don't see much, but you see a sliver of movement out by the trees that weren't destroyed by Lieutenant Lancaster. But you only see the one, and it shifts away quickly and disappears. You
Yeah, it's like he's slid down the edge of the bank to like the water line, and he's carefully like laying out this trap and like activating the mechanism on it, and he just like spots that out corner there, like, there you are. What are you up to? And then like moves along, puts down a few more that he has to hand, and then heads back up.
And that's also, by the way, why you always roll, even if there's a tiny chance of it, because there's always a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then again, you can roll on like an 80 and still fail, which is always disappointing.
And it
Sorry.
goes both ways.
So you set up the man traps along the kind of bank of the river on your side or their side? Because on their side is going to require like
Our
athletics
side.
rolls and,
The idea is like they swarm across the river, and as they come out the other side, they step in these things and get caught, and
kind
then
of
we shoot them.
bog down getting out of the river. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it slows down the advance, maybe takes some of them out, or at least messes up their limbs and helps us out a bit.
That's fair. Okay. I don't believe anyone else had anything they wanted to do, and we've had the awareness rolls and everything. So the night carries on for an hour, another hour. At which point, roll me an awareness, just primer, please.
Any pluses or minuses on this, or is it just fatigue based?
Yeah, just fatigue based.
What'd you say?
Actually, I panicked for a second, but it's obviously shifter.
Minus 4.4.
Oh,
Okay.
freak me out, man.
Primer. Just a voice by your ear. Captain's there.
Sir?
God?
He looked up like, where are you?
Yeah, he's just behind you, sitting in a chair in the bunker.
He turns around.
If you would be so kind, gather the lieutenants, and we'll have our meeting.
He'll look to, he'll see if there's a Voxcaster nearby, grab him and say, call out the Click, and have Click tell him. Because Click stayed up there.
There is no Voxcaster.
Oh, shit.
The most likely answer is Shifter left him behind somewhere, and he is lost and not sure where Shifter is.
That means grab the nearest soldier, go get the rest of the lieutenants, and just like toss them.
That's up. Runs off. Goes through each of the lieutenants, kind of shouts out like, Captain's here.
All right. I'll go down. Say hi. Start going over.
I'm
to where
surprised
it
they
is.
sound so sure.
I'm sure he made himself noticed of his own accord.
Alright, well, let's see if he knows anything more about what's going on here.
I motion for somebody else to take over my spot and hop down and head over.
A corporal jumps on the heavy flamer. And you will head over and join in the back trench. Join Shifter and Primer.
Yep. I kept Click behind so that Click could call me. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Alright, Shifter, what's the word?
3 big balls up. Apparently, the assault is coming tomorrow. Apologies for those of you who are tired and didn't get a chance to rest today.
Sir, that's quite all right. Question though, how much more information do you have for us?
I went out there myself, got a few trophies. Also found out that the enemy are massing for a big assault tomorrow. Luckily for you lot, you're not going to have to worry about that. I'm pulling you off the front. Well, momentarily at least. Use tonight to get some rest. And then you're going to be forming your own platoons into a special company, and you're going to be moving out.
We're not gonna be here for the big assault. Seems like we're needed.
Something more important, something more needed elsewhere. I'll brief you soon. But for now, rest. After that, get your platoons together.
Aye, sir.
He'll once
you,
again
sir.
grab a soldier and say, get Click.
Hi, sir. Click! Click! What the fuck's a click? Click! Anyone know what click is? God damn it! My life is on the line!
I think you might have taken one of mine there. I don't think he knows what a click is.
I'll figure it out, I'm sure.
I wouldn't count on it. I'll pull the nearest soldier. I'd be like, tell that one to that click is the Vox. I'll explain what click is and just tell them to walk.
Corporal. Yeah, because otherwise he's gonna chase after her and be like, "Click is the Vox, click is the Vox," which doesn't really mean that much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'll explain it to him. Just
Corporal
Yeah.
Click.
please
Corporal
go.
Click, a Voxcaster operator.
Yeah.
About 5-10 minutes pass and Click like jogs up with the Voxcaster in the back. Sir.
Seems we're moving out, but you're with me.
As you say, sir.
Oh, I should probably grab that big tall one so he doesn't get blown to bits. That Dunner fella.
He's the easiest target, even when everyone's standing up and he's kneeling down.
He really is.
So, you do also have a chance for a rest. Anyone who would like to bunk down for the night.
I mean, Primer's gonna trust Shifter, so he's gonna crash.
I mean, Shifter went out himself to recce the.
Exactly why.
What I'll tell you is the reason this happened is because the recon rolled minus 11.7 degrees of success on their enemy movement rolls.
Nice.
So, yeah, basically they did not know. They also rolled minus 16 on their scrutiny. They had no idea that the enemy was massing for attack. They thought they were attacking, which is why this happened.
That's great.
And hey, if you want to do things like this to the players, you too can join the rear guards, completely mess up your rolls, and troll the cast.
I am going to bed. Good night. Good night. Go and pass out. Very upsetty.
Would you like to know more? You can take all of your fatigue off now. Anyone who rests, which I think is all of you who need to. And also probably
Did we get our
Rick and
runes
back as
back?
well.
Probably not,
Yes.
right?
Over the course of everything, like you haven't taken any hits, and you have been resting a little bit, so you can bring your wounds back up. Yeah.
But I have the information on who I would have the choice of making my platoons of that night.
You'll have the names.
Which for him is enough.
Yeah. It basically it gives you they're all people in these trenches here. Basically, it's like pick people from these trenches. They're gonna be rotated out anyway before the assault, because Shifter's bringing in a fresh batch of people to kind of like take the front line, because everyone kind of deserves a rest at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then during that night, Primer would have an aside with Click before going to bed.
Okay. So.
All right. Judging by who's in the trench line here, I think I've figured out a few good squadrons. How much do you know about Staff Sergeant Bulwark?
So I actually have extra information that you guys don't have, which is like how good and bad they are. Reputation's pretty good, sir. Not so much good at assault, attacking, more of a hold the line type.
Something that seems to be the key thing in the recent battles.
Good for a staff sergeant, sir.
Agreed. Anything else about DMZ and turnout?
Turnout, quick to react, always quick to give orders. DMZ doesn't have much stomach for a fight, but when he does what he has to.
Sounds like I want Bulwark. I need somebody that's going to be more calculated, as I can be sometimes quick to command. Of course, you'll be sticking with me as my Voxcaster couldn't have anybody else.
Looking forward to dying horrifically, sir.
You know, don't you, obviously?
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir.
Keep it to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Runners going with Trooper Raid and Trooper Lobo. Figure Raid runs pretty quick to be a Raider, and Lobo, well, maybe he's a good shot. Maybe he's just a creepy SOB.
I've had the... I don't know about raids myself. I have served a little bit on the line with Lobo.
And?
Crazy.
Oh. Perfect.
But like, good crazy.
Crazy's good for a runner. If I have to run him into enemy fire, you know?
Indeed so.
The other ones I had an eye on were Sergeant Battery, Sergeant Ambush, and Sergeant Bridgehead. Lead up the platoons.
Don't know any of the sergeants myself, so never served with any of them.
Underneath Battery is Interdict, underneath Ambush is Flanker, and underneath Bridgehead is Defilade.
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 So
Figured they work well together.
For anyone who doesn't know military terms, defilade is when you have like an entrenched position, and there's like a blind spot. That's defilade. Is where like you can kind of like avoid the fire from like a machine gun post and like return fire from a decent way. So.
Yep. Figure that second platoon we'll call Swing. Good for swinging around and strategically attacking the enemy from the side. Ambush and Flanker should be good for that. As far as hitting hard, Battery and Interdict feel like a great combo for that. Work well together. And Bridgehead, obviously, hold a forward position with Defilade right there, making sure it stays that way.
Sounds pretty good, sir.
Perfect. Hit the head, get some rest.
I saw. If you've decided, if you don't want to like talk to them, and yeah, as you said, like it's easier to know with your regiment because they have their like specializations in their name. If you guys want, once you've decided on your platoon, feel free to chuck it in the Discord in Only War so everyone can kind of see what you've got going on there. Sorry.
Would I also be able to talk a bit with Dunner?
Dunner? Sure.
Yeah. Like at one point I'd kind of bring him over and be like, all right, Dunner.
All right, Lieutenant.
All right, so what can you tell me about the other corporals? I'm trying to put together some stuff.
What, like all of them? Because
Not
there's a lot
all
of
of them.
corporals in the army.
Not all of them. I clearly have my eye on some of them.
Right.
What about Rowan?
Rowan's alright. Strong. Doesn't fluster.
All right. What about Hines?
Hines? Never served with him.
All right. Well, I only have a few here, so I am Sheridan, Hearn, Friggle, and Kelly.
I know Kelly a little bit.
Yeah.
Ran from a fight, his first fight. That's all I know about him. Because I was there.
Ran from a fight.
The first time.
And the next time.
He hasn't been in a fight since. He's kind of been in a cell. But his punishment's over now, so it's fine.
Okay. What about Friggle?
Never served with him.
Really? Who have you served with?
I haven't been here that long.
Must have been the height. All right, well. That's enough information for now, and honestly, quite frankly, I'm exhausted, but...
Understandable, Lieutenant.
You serve with any of the... Well, you probably serve with lots of troopers, too.
Sure.
Any of note that you like?
Okay. Clary works well in a team. One spotter, one shooter. Usually he's the shooter. He's got a good eye.
All right. Who's usually the spotter?
Whoever's with him. He can be a bit picky. Usually, if he's allowed, he picks his own spotter.
Does he have a favorite?
Not that I know of.
All right. You heard of Leon, Garn, Zit, or Smythe?
No idea.
All right. Well, the other ones that have been pretty good. So, all right. Well, if you see Clary, send him over to me.
Right. But you'll be asleep, Lieutenant.
Send him over to me when I wake up.
Right. Would you like me to wait here until you wake up so I can do it immediately? Or should I
No.
carry on my duty? Okay.
Your duties, clearly. better.
Duties, right.
Yeah.
How will I know when you wake up then? Will you come find me so I can go find Clary?
You'll clearly see me. I'll be awake. Probably making
Right.
some breakfast.
Maybe Clary see you too.
How will Clary know to come and see me if he hasn't been told that he's got to come and see me?
Very good point, Lieutenant. I didn't
So
think of
go
that.
All right, so you are going to go and you're going to tell Clary next time he sees me awake to come and see me.
Right.
All right.
Right.
All right, back to work with you.
1 second, I just need to see whether he understood that.
Fucking.
Right. Of course, Lieutenant. I'll do just that.
You are so.
Considering that was a 71, I don't have high hopes.
Yeah,
No,
me either.
Neither do I. All right. Off with you.
I'll do it right away, Lieutenant. Have a good sleep.
Yeah. Eyes sharp.
So you
Don't
kind
pass
of
out.
like yeah, kick off your boots, like just collapse, and like 30 minutes later, you asked to see me, Lieutenant.
Oh, for.
Lieutenant? Are you
Yeah.
awake, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I'm awake now.
The sign of
Awake
the
now.
Aquila. Hello, Lieutenant. It's me, Clary, Lieutenant. You asked to
Yeah.
see me.
Yeah, I asked to see ya. Yeah. You're apparently a good shot there, Clary.
Oh, I can hit things, I can.
And I'm told you get a good spotter.
Well, I always like the best spotters available.
Don't we all? So, who do you normally like to have as your spotter?
If I got to pick from anyone, is that alright?
Sure. This is a hypothetical.
Well, if I have my choice, then I'd go with Zit. Zit's got good eyes. Always sees the enemy as they're coming, or even before they're coming.
Alright. It's a good spotter. Any other good spotters that you like?
Not to my knowledge, not here anyway. A couple of them died. One of them's in the getting fixed up, getting a new eye.
Who's that one?
Don't remember their name. You look
Alright.
tired, Lieutenant. You should sleep.
I'm literally sitting here with my boots off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna get right on that. Alright.
Right.
Alright.
I should go then.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alright, I'll go then.
Alright.
Right.
Keep your eyes out and.
Right, eyes.
Yeah.
Right.
Gun shiny. Yep. Just pass out again.
Like lost words before unconsciousness, guns shiny.
Yeah.
An inspiration. Let's take a break there, and in the next part we can carry on building our platoons for combat.
Ooh. All right. Well, we'll see you guys after the break. Get yourself a little snack and get ready for the next half. everyone, welcome back from our break for the last ditch. We figured out Lancaster and Primer's platoons here, and I think we just got Lime and Rickenbackers left to really out.
So with the break of the morning, it's still raining, but it's a little bit lighter. It's not quite as deluge as it has been. And you have time to go and gather your platoons and that type of thing. So, you're required in the evening to report back at the rear of the trench to sorry, I was going to say caster, to shifter for your briefing and basically like orders. So for the rest of the day, the job is to form your platoons. For people who, you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste a platoon like setup into the Discord on Only War. In the Roll for It Sunday Only War Discord, just so people have an idea of what the platoon looks like. So they can kind of follow along and understand what it looks like. Basically, you have the platoon commander with command squad. You have a lieutenant, staff sergeant, voxcaster, and 2 runners. You can adjust that to be like 3 runners if you want, etc. But it's down to you pretty much. 3 attached squads, which is going to start out as all heavy weapons, 2 heavy stubbers, and a heavy bolter. Later on, as we carry on, you'll be able to customize that with like specialists, even like armor or artillery, things like that. Then you have 3 squads with a sergeant, number 1 in charge, and corporal 2 IC. So what you basically need to fix up is you need to fix up your platoon, command squads, and your sergeants and corporals for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads. And nicknames and stuff for those if you want. And for any of you who have like done it, feel free to chuck in your platoon with all the names and everything into that Only War chat in Roll for It so that the viewers can see it if they want. Apologies for those of you who can't see it on Discord, but we need to put it somewhere.
I still need to know more about my corporals and sergeants.
That's fair. If you'd like to, there are multiple ways you can kind of go about it. If you'd like to use your RP, you can, or if you'd like to like roll, there are rolls you can do to kind of figure out who would be sufficient or good.
Yeah, I think I'd want to like requisition any documents on them, if that's possible.
That would be interesting. Let's have a look here. That would be a commerce.
Commerce?
Yeah. Because I don't think you have, like, administratum, common law, or anything like that.
No, I definitely do not. Okay. Oh, it's a 1.1 success!
Something's going to go terribly wrong this episode, I'm just saying.
Making me nervous.
Okay, 1.1 success, yeah. Sergeants or corporals?
Let's do sergeants.
Okay.
It's probably a little bit more difficult to get the info on them.
And they're also probably a little bit more important, most likely. Okay, so sergeants in the 12th Lightfoot. You have Sergeant Silvat. You have the information on them already. But it's purely because Sheepy forgot to take that one out when he copied and pasted everything for some reason. You have Sergeant Freely, who is rumored to be able to kind of pick up anything you really like. You know, if you need something, you go to Freely. You know, if you need an extra charge pack for your lasgun, or you know, maybe some slort or something like that. Like, not saying that he's a black market and he can get his hand on like combat stims and stuff like that, but maybe he can, maybe he can't. Who knows? He can.
I like it.
Sergeant Carly is, from what is known and from what the sheets talk about, Sergeant Carly actually got in a bit of trouble back home on the shore, and basically signed up as a way to get out of said trouble. From a slightly more affluent family, so veering off towards the Composites side of the like richness and not fame, but you know, well off, and is also a rattling.
Okay.
Sergeant Levin is a cook, as far as you know. Is quite rotund and very jolly, and is good at always finding rations and other things that can be useful for an army that marches on its stomach.
Awesome. And then I think there's just Hayes.
Yes, then there's just Hayes. So Hayes is a combat leader, like through and through. Signed up at the age of like 18. Has been in the Imperial Guard for, well, and with the regiment for like 10 years, and hasn't taken a leave to go back to the shore once. Bit serious, maybe overly serious. But,
Awesome. Huh, okay. Well, I think that makes it pretty easy for me to figure out my sergeants then, at the very least.
sure.
Okay.
You going with the cook?
I love the idea of the human black market, though.
Can be useful.
Can be.
It's kind of a quartermaster type, you know.
Do I know what kind of trouble Sergeant Carly got into?
No. It's not in the files, at least.
Okay. Cool. I'll let somebody else take the lead while I kind of think about this a little bit.
Yeah,
Black
have a think about
market
your
does
sergeants.
sound really good.
The what?
Black market does sound really good. I'm
Right?
agreeing with chat.
Yeah.
It's also kind of scary in the fact that maybe they just get weapons that don't actually work.
How reliable are we talking is Freely?
Who knows? It's not the kind of thing that would be in files, official files.
Okay.
You could RP with him.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm gonna
it's
have
just
to.
black
I want to
market
go
of
meet him
stuff
at
you
one
stole
point.
From other 12.
We do steal from each other, but if it's stuff that we really need, it'd be from other people, I feel.
Oh yeah, you steal from other people too, sure.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll think about this a little bit, but I do want to RP with Freely at one point.
Okay. Would anyone else like to get some intel on their available troopers and so forth?
I think I can get on that.
Sure.
Is Lieutenant Moreland around here? I forget if he's here or deployed elsewhere.
He was deployed to your. Oh shit.
He's up there when Cumder did.
He was deployed to your north, but he said he was deployed to the south. So do with that what you will. You know that he's bad with directions, and I think in the scene you realized, or like Lime realized that he was messing up his directions again. So.
Is it near enough that I could like pop over and chat over some recap?
Yeah, I think so. It would take you a bit of time, but also it would be his opinion on the troopers, just FYI. So
I'm hoping that like there's enough other things that he's bad at that he's good at judging people.
Well,
like,
he knew
if he can't judge
was.
maps, then maybe people are where he's, or maybe he can't judge anything.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And I want someone who can tell me about the staff sergeants.
Yes, that's fair. You don't forget you do have Sergeant Barkley as kind of attached to you. He was the one who was the sergeant running around while you were on the thing. So, yeah.
I'm trying to remember what I know of him.
Jittery, pretty much.
Mm.
But solid enough.
Like, good at, like, maybe not frontline, but, like, just back from there. Keeping things organized and stuff delivered maybe is that kind of strong suit. Or maybe that's a terrible idea for someone jittery. Gotta find somewhere for him.
I brought the sodas! Maybe wait 10 minutes before opening them, though. So you want to go talk to Morland?
Yeah, I'll pop into whatever foxhole he's hiding in and share a recap break.
Yeah, he's in one of the kind of like troopers barracks. He has his own spot in the troopers barracks, which is you know, kind of impressive that he bunks down with the men and, you know, like shares their like lesser things and everything, until one of the other troopers tells you he just got sick of not knowing where his bunk was.
They actually got bunks in like various different troopers' bunks. He just goes to the nearest one. He just wanders till he finds one that he can sleep in.
He's given up trying to find where his bunk is. He keeps getting lost, and it like wastes half the night. So he just bunks down wherever he can now.
And good news,
Imagine
that means he's around his troopers a lot.
Yeah,
it means he knows them. I'm hoping that there is one lucky trooper who's realized this and has stolen his actual fancy room and is just living at large. Just like, I've got a whole room to myself. This is great. I've got a desk. This is wonderful. Just some random trooper. Yeah, I go visit him and
Lieutenant Lime. It's I hope you've been faring better than us. We've taken quite a pounding here.
Well, it's definitely been tiring, but things have held so far. Have you heard about the big push?
I have. Sounds like it's going to be jolly dangerous.
Yep. Don't envy you the task of having to deal with it, but apparently there's something worse that I've got to handle somewhere else.
Oh, that's going to be... Well, such is our lot.
I gotta make my picks as to who I take with me. I want to hear about the staff sergeants. Haven't really met them myself.
Staff sergeants, yes. Which ones are you able to pick from?
Scriven, Yox, Walmsley.
I know
Seen
Scriven
them around,
and
but
Yox.
not really got a measure of them.
Scriven's a good man. Always willing to be on the front line, but a bit might paranoid, I would say. Always sure that you're about to be, you know, attacked or whatnot. Has a very strange paranoia about additional Xenos attacks. He's always convinced that there are Eldar hiding in with the Tyranids, which I don't really put much stock in, but he seems convinced.
I definitely blooming hope not. We've got enough on our plates.
Yox is solid. Staff Sergeant Yox is a bit slow, but I've seen him carry an entire tree by himself, so... Very good if you need grunt work doing. He will jump in with the rest of the troops and clear out half the trench himself.
Alright.
Walmsley I've never heard of. I'm afraid I can't help you there. He must have been assigned to a different line.
Well, let's see if I can find him around.
Of course. Any others you'd like to know about?
Got any recommendations of sergeants? Anyone that stood out for you so far?
And I'm assuming you like give him the list of people, you know, sergeants that are available to you. Kind of like looks up and down the list and says, Sergeant Easton. Always holds, never retreats until he's told to, and even then grudgingly. The only one that I recognise, but I've heard good things.
Sounds like a good one to have around. I make a note. Holds the line.
Did you make a note for Scriven and Yox as well?
I should write down.
So Scriven is paranoid, but always
Eldar.
always willing to be up the, always willing to take the lead, but is also very paranoid about Eldar everywhere. But
It takes the lead so he can look for the Eldar. It's like what campaign was he on that I missed that we got ambushed by Eldar 7 times?
And Staff Sergeant Yox is strong, big, bit of beast, maybe some more Grin blood in him.
Slow, strong.
Big, strong
Got
boy.
it. Any other sergeants in particular you'd recommend?
Not that I really recognise.
Well, Easton sounds like a good start. I think,
Would you like to ask around at the...
yeah, I was thinking that's all I'll get from Moreland is like some of the upper level people. And then, for the rest of it, I start wandering around, like, the trenches and where people are actively working, and I look out for recaf breaks ongoing that I can pop into and get involved in. So I just shuffle into a group of like troopers and corporals and stuff, having the recaf break, and I'm just like, so we were thinking about putting in a new trench in just over that way. Here it's clay though. We were thinking of and he starts like going on about like different digging techniques and trench styles, and he's really just testing people. He throws in a few red herrings, like bad ideas to see if anyone points out the right way of doing it.
Roll me a command. Roll me a survival with a +10. And
Am I tired at all now, or am I good?
you're good now. Yeah.
Okay.
You've all managed to have rest, so none of you should have fatigue, and you should be back at full health, because danger's coming. And I'm not that mean. And you also got rest and everything.
Command and survival. Anything else?
+10 with survival, and then that will like talk to the next thing that you do. So do those first.
Okay. Command
Okay.
and survival with a +10. I got a -3.8 on command, which was only 2 off of a crit fail, and then I got a -3.2 on my survival. Nailing it.
That's unfortunate. If you'd like to re-roll, let me know. But I'll seeing as it is a hell of a thing to re-roll with, like, you know, still time left before possible death. I'll give you the command as the important one here.
I'm thinking command, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's re-roll command.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, 4.9 degrees success. 2 off of a crit success. I completely flipped it.
So roll me an inquiry with +50.
Okay.
The survival was minorly important, but only for certain things. Whereas the command was
Yeah,
just
that was
basically
like the how I was using my trench digging knowledge to like sneak in things.
and also how much they tell you and how well you're received and etc. Okay.
Damn it! Even with the +50, -0.4 degrees of failure.
I mean, it was a 70. It's still quite a rough roll. Okay, so what you get is talking through the. Unfortunately, you don't have the option of Corporal Hurricane. He has been KIA.
Yeah.
What you get is Corporal Godfrey and Abrams are both out and out soldiers. Like, they are experienced, they've put in the time, and importantly, they survived. Corporal Abrams has a has a mechanical arm, like what's it called? The word is escaping my head at the moment, but you know what I mean.
I can't think either.
I want to say biomechanical, but that's not the word.
Cybernetic?
Cybernetic, yeah, that works. He has
I just wrote mech arm.
Yeah, he has a mech arm. And the other one was Godfrey, right?
Yeah.
So Corporal Godfrey has been part of multiple, not really last stands, but like just holdouts where it's like low rations, low ammo. You make do with what you've got, that type of thing. And he's like one of the times they lost their sergeant and their lieutenant, and it was just him. He was in charge, and he managed to like keep everyone together. So he's not just a solid soldier. He's like a prospect for promotion, even maybe.
Good.
And then you have Corporal Alston and Corporal Howard are both good at specialized things. So Corporal Howard is known for being quite good with like maps and terrain, and pretty much like telling people where they need to be, and like spotting like good positions for people to go and things like that. And obviously like calling in artillery at the right position, that type of thing. And then Corporal Alston is actually quite a dab hand with a plasma gun.
Okay.
You don't have a plasma gun, just FYI, but he's quite a
Yeah,
dab
like,
hand.
it's an interesting. It's like, I mean, if we find one.
Yeah, or if you requisition one.
The interesting troopers I've come across. And do I come across Staff Sergeant Walmsley anywhere or hear about him?
With that command roll, yes, you would. You'd be able to get them like pointed to you. But in terms of troopers, Trooper Smith is the only one that you hear about, because he basically is a dab hand with a mono shovel. He actually has two.
Man after my own heart.
Yep. Oh, and based off your rolls as well, you would also get that Trooper Boone is surprisingly fast.
Well, there's a runner.
Like the problem is you failed the survival roll, so some of the details will be missed. You know, like the details on like survival-y things.
Okay, it's coming together. We've got a bit of something going on.
Oh yeah.
Is it one corporal or two per squad?
One, but you can kind of like. It would be difficult to assign two corporals because you'd have to kind of designate the one in charge, and then so. But like, for example, you could take one of the corporals and put them on a heavy weapons squad, or etc. It's down to you in that regards.
I see Sergeant Easton and Corporal Godfrey as an obvious combo for one squad, because they're both good at holding the line and going to the last man, that kind of thing. So I put them in a team.
Okay.
And their job can be to stand in a place and make sure it doesn't get taken.
Yeah. Yeah, but it might be good. Just an additional thing would be Trooper Smith might work well in their squad. Because those type of situations tend to turn into melees. And, you know...
So I can chuck some troopers in the squads as well?
Yeah, if you want to. You can take all of these guys with you, technically speaking. It's just you'll need the squad leaders and the corporals to ICs. As
it's
well
arranging
as, like,
them in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, it's how you want to arrange them as well, because, you know, I was saying this, like, during the break, you're going to have tactics and, you know, ways you use your squads and everything is going to be important from here on, so I'm pretty sure Tyler's got some very deep plans already, which I really enjoyed hearing about, so I'm gonna see. If you wanna go over what you've got so far before you talk to Wormsley, we could jump over to Maggie and.
I think I'm good to go talk to Wormsley.
Okay.
But I also, if possible, want to hear some things from like troopers about him.
Okay.
See if I can get a feel for that.
The very basics of what you get is that he's seems to be reliable. As far as anyone can tell, but they're not really sure about him for some reason. What you get is like he's hard to like pin down to really understand as a person.
All right. A challenge accepted.
Okay. And you get
I seek him out.
Yeah, he's like kind of shoring up a trench line like a little bit ways away with a couple of troopers.
Staff Sergeant Wormsley.
Ah, Luton. How is that?
Just wanted to pop by and see how things are going here. Hadn't really seen you much on the line so far.
Well, I mean over here, so trench off.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Is it something you want me to?
How long have you been on the line?
A week or two.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, a week or two.
It doesn't matter. You keep to it, Staff Sergeant. Good work.
As that's all. You lot can't having gas with that.
I looked
And
to the troopers around him. Do they look like they have a clue? Have they like learned over time, or?
No, they're like, yes, Staff Sergeant. They just keep digging.
It's like I shrug at them. If any of them look at me, it's like, sorry, I got work to do. Sorry, bye.
And yes, it was a week or two. That was what he said.
Ah.
Chat. Some people in chat got it. Well, it's a good thing you didn't put him immediately in one of your command squad.
Yep, it's like line walks through like I see what
Hard
they
to pin
meant.
down, difficult to understand, you know.
I thought it was all being mysterious. No, it's just being okay.
You just can't understand the damn guy.
It's like I've got a little notepad and you see me put a line.
Yeah.
I'm feeling like Staff Sergeant Yorks is the one to go for. I don't.
Okay.
I'm not too much of a fan of the idea of a Staff Sergeant who just gets in there with the troops and is basically just another useful trooper. But I like that he won't think that we're being attacked by Eldar.
I mean, if you have a quick if you want, you can quickly talk to both of them if you want to like.
Yeah, let's pop by wherever they're hanging out. For each one, I want to like once I see them, take a moment to watch how like they're managing things around them.
Okay. So you go to which one first, Scriven or Yox?
Let's check out Yox.
Okay, Yox is like carrying like 2 big boxes of heavy bolter ammo, just kind of like places it down, moves and everything. He's not very very communicative, but the people around him seem to know what they're doing and everything, so he's just kind of helping out with them and that type of thing. Doesn't really seem to be like shouty or particularly commandery in that respect, so that is something to note, but he does seem to be well liked and helpful.
All right, I'll approach Staff Sergeant Yox.
Roll me an awareness, +10. You find him.
A crit success.
So there's like a little kind of rectangular opening that's dug down and through, and then there's like this little slit where Staff Sergeant Scriven is with his he's got his las gun, and he's like peeking out, like just looking, and he's just on guard when you find him.
Oh, so is this when I was looking for Yox? Is Scriven also there, or?
Scriven is in a different section, but that's for you finding. After you went to see Yox, this is you finding Scriven.
Oh, okay, right. I approach Yox. I wanna talk.
Oh,
to him.
okay. All right, sir.
How goes the work?
Good.
Everything ready for the big attack? Have you heard about it?
Oh yes, nothing to worry about. We'll keep everything here shipshape. No one's getting through here while I'm about.
Good to hear, good man. Everything well coordinated, everyone keeping busy?
Everyone does what they're told, even if I don't have to tell them to do it.
I take another look around at the troopers around him. Do they all seem like they're just getting on with it and they're coordinated?
They don't seem like perfectly like well coordinated kind of military discipline. They seem like a group of people who work together well and get along well and know what to do, but it doesn't have that like snappy discipline.
Right. Like, well, yeah, they seem to be getting it done.
Oh yes. Don't you worry. We know what we're doing here. Digging a trench.
There's pros and cons here.
There is.
That's... All right. Well, doesn't seem like you need any input from me. Keep at it.
Will do, Lieutenant. You keep at it too, and we'll see who gets done first.
Slight confused look. I continue down the trenches looking for Scriven.
Is that a threat?
As I said, Scriven has like cut out a bit of the trench, like hollowed it out. He's got like a little slit that he's built for himself, so he's like in this bit here. The troopers around here are kind of like very quickly like running up and down and doing things, and it's much more organized.
Yeah, I'll come up on where he's set up. Spotted anything?
Shh. See out there? Right out there. Warp spiders. Just teleported in. I saw some. I did see them. Make a note. Put it on the map. People know. As soon as their assault starts, the real enemy will reveal themselves. Got everyone on preparation.
It sure wasn't just some rustling leaves, or hell, might have been a tyrannid.
He turns around and looks at you. Lieutenant, sir, I think I know Eldar when I see some. And it's like his eye twitches slightly.
Well, I'll make sure to make a note of it and send it to the higher ups. We'll see what's about.
Much appreciated, sir. He's like staring at your earlobe. Not at your eyes or at your face or anything. Just off to the side.
Well, keep up the good work.
Always, sir. They'll never get me. Not again.
Like, Lime leaves again. He's just like
Again, pros and cons, man. What are you gonna do?
like
He's almost perfect if you just didn't think Eldor were everywhere.
It's like the troopers are doing the thing and they're doing it well, but it's because they're preparing for a warp spider attack. I mean, I guess if I get him, my troopers do things good, and then I can leave him in his foxhole to panic about harlequins. And
I mean, like I think it's reasonably obvious, but the roll me a scrutiny like plus 30,
all right.
and like let's say roll me a. Do you have common law war or tactica imperialis?
Yes.
Roll me that too, please. Plus 20. Oh, nice success. 0.1,
Yep,
but still success.
Scraped one with it's 0.1's a success, and then
So-
0.34. Nice.
The
Or
problem.
3.4.
Yeah, the problem with Scriven is he's like overly zealous and overly paranoid about the wrong thing. So like he's more efficient, he's a better soldier, but he has those drawbacks and he's a little bit unhinged, which means you're gonna have to keep an eye on him. The
Yeah.
problem with Yox is he delegates too much and he assumes people know what they're doing. He's also quite slow to react. So like he's decent defensively, but on offense or, you know, in situations where he's taken by surprise, he's going to be a detriment. It really depends, like, you know, what you prefer, I guess. Everything all told, Scriven's a better choice, probably.
That's,
But
like,
it comes
I
with
don't
the
wanna, but
yeah,
I'm leaning
yeah.
towards the mad Eldar paranoid dude because he's good at everything else. He just has that problem, and you can weaponize that by telling him the Nids are Eldar.
Yeah. Although that could have drawbacks as well.
I mean, maybe like, yeah, I've gotta keep an eye on him, but like, I can't leave Yox to just do the thing either because he'll do it slowly and.
Yeah. If you
Yeah,
if you end up unsatisfied, you can always request a transfer and try and like swap them around or get someone new in. But for now, this is your pool. This is what you have to draw from.
I think we'll go for Scriven, and we'll find a way to work around the Eldar problem.
Okay. You will have him close as well, mostly because he'll be in your platoon command squad.
Yep, I'm sure I'll learn a lot about the Eldar
Yep.
as we go forward, and like how much they look like various kinds of Tyranid, apparently.
I mean, there is always Wormsley.
How messed up would it be if you were actually right, though?
That'd be great. If there are Eldar, that's brilliant, because then he's the perfect leader.
Or that would be
Yeah.
terrible because it just confirms everything he was thinking the entire. So he'll never think he's wrong again.
Well, yeah, it'll mean that for that campaign he's brilliant, and then you've
Yep.
got to you
And then
just section
every-
him. There's no point
Yeah.
going beyond that.
Section him. Oh. Or
And
even
no,
worse,
no,
if the
not
top-
not Wormsley. I'm not doing Wormsley. I'm sure the orders he gives are great, but it doesn't matter if no one can hear them.
Yeah. Your face when Wormsley started talking, you're just like, I saw Maggie crack up.
It's like,
How could you
It
not?
was-
never mind Lime. I can't handle having Wormsley
Yeah,
for
yeah,
any amount
like-
of time.
I love him. He's
I-
great.
I've GM'd for you enough to know what you can't handle, and the second Wormsley started talking, I could see you look at me being like, why would you do this to me, sheepy? Like, not lime,
Here it is.
Bentham.
It's like... It's like, nope, we're done, I'm leaving, no.
It was like, I'm gonna be polite and ask a question or two, but I've already said no in my head.
Let's test it. How well can I decide? Nope, never mind.
The RP players in the Discord, feel free to use Yarmsley to your heart's content. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. So yeah, if you want to like go through your options and figure out who you want where and like etc.
Yeah, I'll have a think. I'm assigning Scriven as my staff sergeant. I've got Trooper Boone as one of my runners, and then my first squad is going to be Easton and Godfrey with Smith in it, and my second one is going to have Howard in it, but that's all I know. So okay. I'm going to work on that.
All right. And we can do a few extra rolls if you want, like some basic help, like filling out.
I might need to find a couple more people because I've got a bit of a lack of staff sergeant, of sergeants I know about so far.
Okay. Lieutenant Rickenbacker.
I think the first thing Rickenbacker's going to do is use her own knowledge. So what do I know of these folks? And then I'll probably have a chat with Captain Chaplain Nolan.
Okay. In that case...
Or Corporal Chaplain. He's not a captain, sorry.
No, he's a Corporal Chaplain. It's a special...
derped.
It's a special Iron Brigade only, so it doesn't come up as much.
Mm-hmm.
The Corporal Chaplains are basically like standard bearers almost. They carry the reliquary and they look after it, yeah. Which means you have an extra thing in your platoon, by the way, which is standard bearer or Corporal Chaplain. Mm-hmm. So your knowledge will be roll me in. Okay, here's my question for you because this is slightly different. Are you looking for the best soldiers or the best believers? Because there is a difference. What's more important to Lieutenant Rickenbacker here?
I think
you can have a mix as well.
It's a good, I think it's a mix of that. I don't think it's one or the other, but obviously her goal is to make them all good believers.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
In that case, please roll me an Imperial Creed Common Law and Imperial Guard Common Law with +10 on the... you know what? You can choose which one has a +10. The Imperial Creed is believers. The Imperial Guard is soldiers.
Okay. I'll do the Imperial Creed as a plus, and then Imperial Guard as a...
Okay.
Ooh, oh my god, really
That's
bad.
a crit failure.
-2.2 and -6.4.
You do have a reroll if you'd like to reroll.
Not using my reroll for this.
That's fair. What this basically means is, aside from just generally seeing them around, you don't really have any specific knowledge that will help you in picking your troopers or anyone.
Okay. I guess then my first conversation will be with Corporal Chaplain Nolan. Jeez, that's so bad.
It's not great.
You could reroll.
You could.
No.
Okay, then as you go to see Corporal Chaplain Nolan, he has just finished with let's call it a sermon. Some of the troopers, especially, have come over to receive blessings. The ones who are staying here and who are on the line, because there's always a possibility that they'll not make it through the next assault. And then turns to you, Lieutenant Rickenbacker.
Corporal Chaplain. I am looking for some information.
Okay. I will do whatever I can to help.
Not at anything tactical, but more about our people. I'm putting together some platoons. We're going to be heading out soon. I was wanting you to join me, but also trying to figure out who else should be joining us.
I would consider it an honor to serve underneath you. It came out a bit more dirty than I wanted it to. This isn't in character. I would be honored to serve you. There we go.
Joe could be taken the other way.
I bet he does.
I am a soldier and also very religious. Consider me celibate. What is it you are needing? Are we looking for sergeants, and are we looking for corporals, or
All of the above.
all
Our
of the
goal
above?
here is to find who we want to bring with us. Obviously, sound mind, strong body.
Down by a strong body. Okay. I'll give you what I can from what I know. Some of my interactions are deeper than others, so... roll me a... we will go with a command, because you are his commanding officer.
Okay.
Especially now that you invited him and he said yes, so...
Right. Roll on that. Oh my god, -1. How?
Would you
What
like
is
to
wrong with the
re-roll that?
rolls today?
That is a 74, jeez.
I'm doing so bad today, and I have 3 marks in this, and I have
You do.
44 in fellowship.
Your target's like 64. It's,
yeah,
it's just a rough roll.
Just
I did go ahead and put in chat that since Primer made his decision so quickly, he is around.
Primer, my dice suck, help!
I do already have mine actually all set up, but I don't know if like they're in the right places, right?
Yeah.
So I guess with that, I don't really want to use my reroll for this. So I'm just gonna leave it as that, -1.
Okay. In that case, you can get Staff Sergeant, 2 Sergeants, and a Corporal information about, or all 3 Staff Sergeants.
I think the first option is fine.
Okay, which Staff Sergeant would you like to know about?
You pick. Have fun.
If I pick, I'm going off your rolls, which means it won't be good. It'll be
that's
the
fine.
worst option. Okay, okay.
I mean, unless you want to go off of what I chose, I guess. But I think it doesn't really matter to me.
I mean, that's fair, but based on your rolls, I'm going to give you the worst options.
Go
At
for
least
it.
you'll know which.
Yeah.
At least you know which the bad ones are.
Yeah, go
right?
for it. I don't care.
Staff Sergeant Grobe. He is he lost his faith. He comes to me trying to find it, but I think he is a broken man for now. My recommendation to the command has always been to take him off the line and to give him some proper instruction. Help him find his faith and his steel again. But everyone is needed on the line, so it has not happened yet.
It happens sometimes. Not
does.
everyone is made to handle what is ahead of us. But with time, he will find his way.
Also, it's Grobe, not Grope.
Sergeant Grove. Yeah, it's a Grobe. E, not P.
2
like
sergeants.
globe, but with an R.
Two sergeants, right? I believe. Yeah, it was 2 sergeants and a corporal. Okay. Sergeant Diefenbaker. Is solid, loyal, will always do what you ask of him. If you ask me, is perfect for leading a shield wall, for holding the line. Sergeant Schultz. I know this one. He comes and talks to me of fire, of brimstone, of damnation. I think he wants to see the entire world burn, one by one. He is touched, but he is a fearsome warrior. I do not know if he believes anymore, though.
He's not sure if he believes in what.
Believes anymore, like in the Emperor or in anything. So it's Diefenbaker and Schultz. And Corporal Sarkozy is a criminal. I've been trying to get him arrested, but I told you you were getting the worst ones mostly.
No, it's great. Just funny.
I would settle for a transfer of him to the 12, but even that has been rejected so far.
Wow.
If I find proof, I'll see him flogged publicly.
With that, Rickenbacker.
But I have never been able to catch him. He's too fast.
That's unusual for an Iron Brigade.
Oh yeah.
It seems that there are many people who are in need of your sermons then.
I try. War does things to people, and even the strongest of faith can lose it.
This is very true. But I thank you for your time, Corporal Chapman.
I'm always happy to serve, Lieutenant.
She does the Akila and sits down, and I think she actually like does like a little prayer. Is there anyone else around that I can see?
No, it's just cleared out. There was kind of a session of praising the Emperor and also like looking at the Holy Relic and everything. So.
Okay. Take a moment, do a little prayer, and then I'm gonna go head out to the line to see, just kind of like observe. Basically, she's gonna use her eyeballs to see who she thinks is like doing a good job or not.
Righty, Roo. That will be a scrutiny, take a +10, and roll me a Tactica Imperialis as well.
That is, oh my god, I crit failed.
Super crit.
Okay,
You hit a
okay.
hundo.
Okay.
And then, what was it, Tactical Imperialis?
Tactica Imperialis, yes.
Wow, today is not my day. Rickenbacker's usually good. 2.9.
It's okay.
Success, though.
It's okay, because the scrutiny was for the troopers. The Tactica Imperialis was for the sergeants and corporal.
And you crit
Okay.
succeeded on the tactical with a 5.
You did. You did.
Yeah.
So it's all over the place. You're gonna get terrible troopers and amazing sergeants and corporals. Are there any ones you particularly want to know about that you've already kind of like thought about keeping
No,
or
you know what?
going with?
I'm completely leaving it up to you and RNG. It'll make it more fun.
Fair enough. I will take you through a few of them then. Sergeant Gabor is very proud of his uniform and very kind of he's a bit like a peacock. You know, in that kind of like he's always like the shiniest. He's always keeping it clean. So he takes a lot of pride in being part of the regiment, in being a soldier, but also he can sometimes be a bit overly occupied with that, which like can detract from his other duties. Sergeant Alsher is pretty much an all-rounder. Like if you need something to do if you need someone who can do anything, that's him. If you need someone to excel, that's not him. So yeah, that's what you can kind of tell as you're going, is basically like, oh, he does that all right. He does that all right. He does that. Sure. Like, there's nothing he can't do. But if you were to be like, I need someone to do something inspiring or amazing, or not so much. And Sergeant Bognar is all of the Iron Brigade are pretty tough and big. Sergeant Bognar is almost as big as you. He's a lot kind of like wider. He's he's basically a shield all by himself. You know, you could hide behind him when the bullets start flying. And he is kind of, he's not really slow. He's just he's very quiet, is what I'll say. So from what you can tell, he gives orders. The orders are followed about as efficiently as any others, but he's not a shouty man. He's more of a quiet person. Okay. You know about Corporal Chaplain Nolan through RP and etc. So I'll leave that one to you. Like, I assume you just want to have him be your standard bearer, like look after the reliquary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've come attached to him, right, chat? And apparently he doesn't mind being, serving underneath me.
Yeah. Don't tempt man of God or God Emperor. So Corporal Summer appears to be quite good with machinery, mechanics, and whatnot. Maybe it's a natural gift, maybe it's something they learned, you don't know, but from what you can tell, if someone has like a problem with a weapon, if it's jammed or if it needs maintenance, if they can't find someone like an engineer or anyone else who can work on it, they're like the go-to person. Corporal Tangaman is quite quick for a member of the Iron Brigade. Has a tendency to be the first one to a problem point, and takes initiative, so is kind of imaginative and reactionary. Let's have a look here. I think you'd probably get one more off your roll, which will be yeah, Corporal Andreas. Multiple times drops things, multiple times is accidentally leaves their shield in places, and not the best soldier. Clumsy is the best word I'd describe them as.
Okay. And
would you like to know about the troopers, or would you just like to be like, whatever?
that's my next thing. I was wondering what where do the troopers normally hang out?
I mean, from your role of scrutiny,
I don't know.
everything I tell you is going to be a lie. I'll tell you that right now.
I think I'm good. It'll be fine.
Okay.
It'll make it more interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah, you and also they're troopers, so you know, you will have full kitted out squads of 10 troopers and everything. These are just the like troopers you can pull and put them as runners, or if there's one you find out has like a really good speciality or talent, you can kind of use them in that regard.
And then we all have captains that we're going to be following under, I'm assuming.
No, you're actually all going to be in the same company. It's a special company. Give me a second.
So if we have a captain as an option, we can bring them?
You have been assigned captain, but it hasn't. You aren't aware of that yet as characters.
Oh, okay. Okay. You gave me it on the list, so that's why I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah. These are just like these are the regimental pools that we have currently. So I did put captains and stuff in. But there are mages as well, I think, but I haven't put them in there yet.
All right.
So, has everyone done what they want and to their satisfaction?
I still need to look at my corporals and
Okay.
staff sergeants and stuff. So.
Okay.
I could also do with knowing a little bit more about 1 or 2 sergeants and troopers.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But I do have an idea.
I'm like, I don't care. I'm just gonna put it in the battlefield.
Who would like to go first?
And I wanted to talk to Freely. Well, I guess I could go and talk to Freely first, and then see if he knows any info, or they know any info. So I'll try and find Freely first.
Okay.
I need to pull anything for this.
Let me have a look here. Freely. Yes, you will. Because
Oh.
freely is harder to find. You'll need to roll me either an inquiry with a +10, a command with a -10, or a scrutiny flat. It depends how you go about trying to find him. Is like asking troopers, obviously they won't want to tell you.
I'm gonna use command.
Okay.
Yeah.
Command is pretty good for all of you guys, so it does.
And that's with a -10, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Who knows? Could be
Wow.
anywhere. Would you like to reroll?
Yeah, I guess I'll use that one for rerolling.
I mean, you know, you could find another way. Maybe find him. Maybe you won't.
Okay, let me try. Can I try a scrutiny roll?
Sure.
Like, can I just try looking for myself? Is that kind of
Yeah.
what it is?
It will give you less time to do other things because you're going to be trying different ways to find him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Oh my god, -6.6. Okay, that I'm gonna reroll. Because honestly, there's no reason.
But that's a worse roll than the command. It's harder to get.
I have no idea.
You're rolling at a 23 and you want to
Yeah, you have to get a 23 or lower to succeed. And it got
-6.9. Okay, well.
The rest of your time is spent searching for someone who.
Not the rest. It can't be the rest of my time.
You
No
rolled
way.
a 6. You rolled.
It's not a crit. It's not a crit fail.
It's not a crit fail, but you rolled -1.3 asking around with your command, and then going and looking, you rolled a 92. -6.9 degrees of failure.
Okay.
Nice.
Alright. Is that it for me then?
That would be it for you, yeah.
Do I have to put together my platoon with random names then, and I know nothing about my corporals
I know
and
things
my
about
staff
them.
sergeant?
Welcome to my world. I'm like, I failed so bad, I'm just gonna screw it.
You at least know some of the bad stuff. I don't know squat.
I just
mean,
picked mine off of nicknames, so we'll see how
You
good
have
they
nicknames
are.
that are relevant.
Are they all relevant though?
They can be negative. The nicknames
can-
can very
they
much
can.
be negative,
Okay, well.
And also their numbers are sometimes important.
which I don't know enough about the numbers myself off the top of my head, but
I guess we're
I know
throwing this
Sneak
to the wind
Sneak
then.
probably would have been good with his number, but he's not the one I grabbed.
Okay.
What's Sneak's number?
1122.
Do you like double times number?
Oh, that's double times number 1122. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sneak
yeah.
is 286.
Yeah, he is. I really enjoy the numbers of the game. Sorry, I get distracted because I have to come up with like numbers and nicknames for all of the 21st.
270 battery, ambush is 762, blockade is 682, bridgehead is 824.
Got some interesting sergeants there. Sorry, Lieutenant Lancaster. I believe you were shouting at me.
What? No, like if I can't find him, I can't find him. Like I'll keep looking for him and I'll just sit and keep trying to make something, I guess.
Okay.
It's like if that takes up my whole time, I can't do anything else.
You know what? I'll throw you a line a little bit, just from like while you're wandering around, hopelessly not finding Sergeant Freely. So you have Zit and Clary, sniper spotter team.
Yeah, so I have so far like a sharpshooter squad.
Yeah.
With Silvat and Zip and Clary. I just don't have a corporal for it. And then I have like a dependable squad, which has Sergeant Hayes and Corporal Rowan.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't have a staff sergeant, a vodcaster, 2 runners, or any of my corporals. Well, the other corporals. So.
Okay. Okay. By the way, that's Baboyle is not a spelling mistake. His name is actually Sergeant Baboyle. There's 2 B's in front of his name.
Oh, Staff Sergeant. Yeah. What?
Yeah, it's not a spelling mistake. It's just how his name is.
All right. Okay.
I mean, in game,
Baboyle, like
it's pronounced Baboyle. Basically, like, and this is something I'll tell you because it's a thing. When he was named on his birth certificate, quite thing, it was actually a spelling mistake, and someone hit B twice, and then.
That's very funny. Okay.
So, would you like? Okay, tell me what. Tell me what you want specifically, as in like a staff sergeant who is X, or a sergeant, or I want someone who's dependable or loyal or good, or like something very specific, and I'll get them for you. You get one, like Spider-Man.
Well, okay. Well, the only thing I can really think of right now, because my 3rd squad, who freaking knows what's gonna go on there. And I don't know about my runners, vodcaster, or staff sergeant, but at least I could figure out my 1st squad and figure out a corporal who'd be good for a sharpshooter.
Okay.
Or who would work well with Silvat.
Okay. Are you looking for specifically another sharpshooter or someone who'd work well in that?
Who would work well.
Work well,
like,
okay.
If they're a sharpshooter, cool. If not, then doesn't matter. I mean, so long as they would work well. Because I guess they could be like a spotter. Because Zit is a spotter, and then Clary is a good shooter. And
Sharpshooter, sniper,
yeah. If Silvat is a good sharpshooter, then maybe the corporal could be a good eye.
The best I can give you here is Corporal Hines.
Okay.
Mostly because he's the one who you find out on your trip set up all the camouflage and the hidden area where Sergeant Freely runs his stuff, which is very clearly difficult to find because you couldn't find it.
All right, cool. I will.
So, yeah, Corporal Hines is a specialist in like camouflage and concealment, basically.
Okay, cool.
You know what? Can I talk to Shifter?
Sure.
If I can find him.
I mean, it's getting close for all of you at this point, where you're going to need to go back to report to him anyway. So
Yeah, I just
if you want to go there a little bit early, then you can. Yeah.
I want to see what I can roll to find out more about my corporals and sergeants now, because after hearing all this stuff everybody else is dealing with, and I'm like, now I'm paranoid. What do I need to roll? whether it's him or something else.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So if you roll, are you looking to kind of like ask around your regiment, or?
Yeah. I had already talked to Click about the staff sergeants, so I
Yeah.
kind of picked that from him, but...
Yeah. So...
Because I have Lieutenant Volley I could find and talk to.
Yeah.
Which is probably who I would go to first, since we're all reporting back to Shifty. And then I'd probably walk the lines and kind of find people.
Okay, well, Lieutenant Volley would be either an inquiry, charm, command doesn't really work there because you're at the same level.
That's fine. I'll go inquiry.
Okay.
No modifier, I'm sure.
Oh, plus 20 because you're same regiment and etc.
Minus 1.5. Not terrible.
Not terrible. You looking on your sergeants at the moment?
Sergeants and corporals.
Sergeants,
Probably
corporals?
sergeants. He would probably talk to sergeants more than he would talk to corporals.
Focus on the sergeants. Okay, give me 3 that you want to know about.
Battery ambush and bridgehead.
Okay. Battery, from what you find out, is a professional soldier, but has a tendency to end up in melee combat. Has a tendency to push a little too far ahead. So is good, but
a risky case.
Yeah.
For himself in dangerous situations.
There's a lot of risk reward there because he is good at what he does, but he's also
Seems very fitting to be part of a team called Onslaught. All right.
Nice. Then ambush. Yeah, ambush is you've heard rumors of a certain staff sergeant in the 1-4 who's paranoid. Ambush is a little bit like that, except for not quite as bad. Ambush has a tendency to be overly cautious because the number of times he's carried out ambush operations and sneaky, like, underhanded things, he has a tendency not to push forward. He has a tendency to see traps where they're not, so he'll take extra time to search for mines and traps and things like that.
That's not a bad thing.
Not always a bad thing, though. But it does mean that, he has a very specific role that he's good at, which is preparedness and...
Probably perception and awareness.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not paranoid about Dark Eldar.
And then Bridgehead was the other one.
Bridgehead, right. Bridgehead is...
I'm just afraid he's going to be reluctant to follow commands, is why I picked him.
Fair enough, fair enough. No, Bridgehead, yes, a little bit of a maverick, but also his kind of, what he's known for is he's very good at leading the initial assault, setting up a firing line, and allowing an advance. So he's basically like, he's the punch that allows the rest of everyone to move up. So he can kind of like, say the enemy has a defensive line, he pushes into that, holds, and then everyone else like moves forward. But
That's
he does
fun.
have, yeah, he does have a tendency to like disobey orders sometimes if he feels there's a better way. Which, from what you know, sometimes he's right, sometimes he's wrong. Do you want to do a couple of... If you want to keep going on the sergeants, you can probably get 2 more. Or you could go into the, like 2 or 3 corporals.
2 of the sergeants would fill out the rest of it. I think I'd rather go to the corporals.
All right.
Specifically, no quarter,
No quarter.
sneak,
Sneak.
and do I get 3 of these?
Yeah.
Okay. No quarter, sneak, and we'll go with flanker.
Flanker. Okay. Okay. Sneak is well, you've had interaction with Sneak before, I believe, right?
Maybe he's a really stealthy guy.
Yeah,
I might have had
yeah.
interaction. Then I would pick somebody else if I had interaction.
Okay.
I forgot I had interaction.
Yeah, you do know a little bit about Sneak, which I can give you again, which is that he's very professional, very dependable, and yeah, an expert in infiltration and stealth and etc.
Then I'd pick Defilid, Defilid, or whatever it is.
Defilade.
Defilid, yeah.
Yeah. Defilade is the master of positioning. Basically, if there's a position the enemy is firing on, he can pretty much instantly react and find the best position to return fire. So
That's
he's
not
great.
bad to be comboed with Bridgehead.
Yeah, he's great at repositioning.
Okay. Cool.
And then the others were flanker and no quarter.
Correct.
Okay, flanker is inquiry. You wouldn't get that. Okay. So what you know from flanker is pretty much as his name dictates. He's very good at getting around the enemy, like seeing the spot where you can either like hit them from the side and force them to like crossfire each other, and yeah, just generally like quite fast maneuvering, quite a good again quite good positional as well. Not quite in the Deflade's like area, but decent. The thing is like the way he does it is quite dangerous. So you know, like he'll get in between 2 like firing positions and make them fire at each other through him, which does lead to casualties, but is also very effective tactically.
Kind of want to take flanker off of swing and put sneak on there with ambush.
Yeah. Sneak and ambush would be a decent combo. Sneak tends to be a bit more bold, but professional.
But also ambush would help keep flanker in check. Oh.
It's true.
I think sneak goes well with Captain Shifter, so maybe he'll just stay with him, and I'll keep it the way I picked. So.
Okay. And we do have no quarter still.
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear about no quarter.
Okay. No quarter has never taken captives or prisoners of war or anything like that. Every time he's been in a battle, it's been 100% casualties on the enemy side. That is what you know about him.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's good at killing. Fuck that. Yeah. They die. Which is fine. In this sense of it, you don't take anybody, but, you know.
Yeah, in this one against Tyranids, you don't take prisoners, but in the future, if you're up against, like, you know, citizens who have rebelled or anything like that, like...
Gotcha.
It does also mean you don't really get intel from the enemy in those situations.
Correct. That's
But
the negative.
It's like you turn up at a battlefield where no quarter's been operating, and you're like, tell me what you know, and the head just falls off.
Yeah. I'm also tempted in removing battery and putting in double time up there with interdict. But I don't know it. Double time probably just moves quickly.
Okay.
Can I roll for walking around and seeing people?
Yeah, let's take a final roll, and then we'll probably go into the. I'm assuming everyone's happy with. Well, everyone's satisfied with where they've got to.
I'm almost there.
Okay.
I need a couple more people.
All right. Let's go for a. We'll just go for a standard. Let's go either common law Imperial Guard, or Scholastic Law Tactica Imperialis.
Well, it's this one, no modifiers. Imperial Guard. Oh, it was on that 10 and it rolled away from it. Oh.
Would you like to reroll?
What's my chance of success here? It's a 43. I rolled a 50.
It's almost 50-50.
Why not? I'll use my fate point. I haven't used it ever before, so we'll go for it. Oh, it worked!
Hell yeah!
2 degrees of success. Rolled a 23.
2 degrees of success. Okay, let's say as you're going and as you're like trying to figure things out and you're looking at people, let's say you get insights into 2 more. So any 2 more you like.
I'm going to pick double time.
Okay.
And I guess I got a lot of insight into a lot of these ones. Double time. I guess I'll go with both sergeants, or well, maybe I'll go staffs. No, I already got staff sergeant from before. Double time and turnout. Sure.
Double time and turnout. Okay. Ooh, staff sergeant. Nice.
I think I already am set on my staff sergeant, but I figured I'd find out more about double time.
Fair enough.
Because the X-Track isn't important to me.
Fair. So, it's interesting that you chose double time because he is both the best and the worst sergeant you have. What that means is basically everything he does doubly efficient at double the speed.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ask him to, to dig a trench, he does it double speed and better doubly. But if he fails, he does it he fucks it up horrifically. So it's either like massive success or massive failure. So he's like, you hear lots of amazing stories about him and lots of
really
terrible stories. Yeah. God. Yeah, he's so tempting because he's great, but also, yeah.
Oh god, because that's one of those ones where it's like, do I take battery out because he puts himself in precarious situations and put double time in there with interdict? What was the interdict again? Because I forgot.
Interdict. You didn't get interdict.
Oh, that's right.
You got flanker, no quarter, deflade.
Yeah, definitely.
And sneak technically, but that was through RP.
Yeah, I knew sneak. Oh, battery in precarious situations are double good versus double bad. I really like his number though, 1122.
I kind of had to for you. I know that's the thing, so I was like, yes, double ones and double twos.
All right, fellow lieutenants, vote for vote for me. Pick this for me: double time or battery. I don't like battery in melee. We're not good at melee.
Just do double time. I like the number better.
I like double time for the inevitable results we'll get of things going great or terribly.
Because I think interdict was also pretty good from what Click told me. Oh, it is kind of funny to have somebody do really well or really bad. I do not like, the one person I didn't like was battery.
Yeah, he's useful, but only very situationally.
Yeah.
You have better sergeants than battery, and unless you specifically need someone to in a clinch situation to counterattack or something, he's kind of And also you have Deflade for the like reactioning and repositioning and stuff. So
Yeah, and he's with Bridgehead, which would be push, so I kind of like double time being there as the secondary, still with ambush and swing. So I do like that. So I'll change that up. All right. Well, I at least got my. What was the staff sergeant I asked about? Turnout.
Turnout is basically again fairly reactionary. He responds to situations very, very well and very efficiently. He basically like if he was in a race, he'd be the first one off the blocks. Like the second something snaps, he reacts. In situations of strategy and stuff, he's not as good. He's not as good at planning, but in combat situations, he's pristine.
Okay. I'll stick with Bulwark then as my staff sergeant.
Okay.
I do like him. It's also very fitting for the whole mentality of one, so I don't think he'd have an issue with that if he got that information.
Yeah. Turnout is also the only staff sergeant with a triple digit. Staff sergeant, DMZ, and Bulwark are 5'9" and 6'8".
Oh
Whereas
yeah, that's true.
Turnout's 5'3", 7".
Yeah. Yeah, so I like the lower numbers. Sure. I do like that. I'll stick with 6'8". All right, I officially just changed a little bit, which was putting double time in the place of battery.
And that's fair. Battery is. I think you thought battery was more like artillery battery as opposed to
that's what I was thinking.
like close combat.
Yeah.
It's why like sometimes it does really help to be like, wait a second, what's the deal with this person? Because
Yeah, when you were starting to talk about the other ones, I'm like, kinda. I have insight into what these could be, but then I was like watching them, I'm like, dude, flanker could be bad in the fact that he wants to stay at the back and cover your flank.
Yeah. What I will also tell all of you is, depending on how you rolled, I held some things back.
Yeah.
So there may be secret flaws or bonuses that you don't know about. It is dependent on your roll.
Oh yeah, mine's gonna be a train wreck. It's gonna be great. So.
Well, or you might have gotten lucky.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. On the battlefield, we're all just there to die for the Emperor, so I don't care.
That's true. That's true.
Primer does because he doesn't want to keep the same mentality of one, but you know.
Well, I mean, Primer 1 did take Bulwark as his staff sergeant.
That's because I figured if he found out I was 1, it wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, and also if the curse of 1 does strike, then at least you have someone called Bulwark to help out.
Yep. I'm not as upset with Bridgehead because I like his combination with the guy, the corporal I gave him. So
Yeah, Deflade, right?
Yeah, he's with Deflade. So, but two people that work together pretty well as a push, and I can imagine Bridgehead will be like, "I'm pushing through this. You shut up." And you know, sometimes that's a good thing to have somebody who's kind of against command.
And you got Lobo and Raid on runners, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured Raid and Lobo sound like guys that would move fast, so I like the idea of them being runners. Hopefully Lobo's not too insanely crazy, but Click said, "Oh, he's crazy, but in a good way."
yeah, he's not the same as I think the yardstick for crazy has now become
Spider's man?
Scriven.
Scriven?
Yeah. So
what's the 6'8"? 6'8" is Bulwark.
6'8" is Bulwark. So you all gather up back together.
It says something when the guy who is the yardstick for crazy is still my best choice for staff sergeant.
Look, I don't know any of my staff sergeants.
Hey, I'm looking at numbers and kind of going, all right, he's
Neither
pretty
do I.
good. No, he's not as good. Oh, he's pretty good.
I still need a sergeant for something and also a trooper.
But I've assigned them all, so I got my assignments in there for you.
Just to give you guys an idea of how this went, when I was building up this trooper pool and all this type of stuff, I basically took how you had all been playing your characters so far, along with the descriptions of your regiments, and rolled a few dice to figure out like how many good and how many bad, and how many cowardly and how many like professional soldiers you get.
I really wish Click would have had the number 10-4. 104.
Oh yeah.
How do you know I don't already have a 10-4?
I kind of figured you would. That's very fitting for a box guy. Or somebody who just responds to commands really well. Anyway, sorry.
I also have a 5-5-5.
Oh, what is 555?
Like 5x5.
Oh, yeah.
I still need a sergeant.
You can take one of my sergeants.
I mean, I have them. There are 3 that I
would
don't know anything about yet, but I don't know anything about them.
You can take Sergeant Battery. He's the only one left.
No.
I don't know anything about 1, 2, 3,
I'll
4,
I'll tell you what then.
5, 6, 7, 8,
just
9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12
just-
people I don't know anything about, so.
you know, just to
Don't feel
round
bad.
off, just to round off, everyone, just to round off me being a horrific GM to all of you. The other 3 lieutenants, if you like, you may ask about one more person, or if you'd all like to pass, Bentham can ask about a sergeant.
I will pass. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't care.
Yeah,
We're all gonna die in the battlefield anyway.
Sure.
If 2 other people are passing, yeah, Bentham, go ahead and ask about. Like,
Okay.
I'm fucked either way.
Fair
so,
enough.
Like,
All right.
Vandy,
tell
but
me.
you see, you could have fucked him.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
you could have taken yours so that
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
you could have taken
could have
yours
asked.
and then.
Take
Nah,
it, Vandy.
because
Do it.
nah,
Do
Do
it.
it.
I'm
Be
gonna-
the one.
Who's the
Because the
GM
two
here?
of
I'm
you
supposed
give
to
up
be doing
yours,
that.
and then you go be the devil on Vandy's shoulder, like screw it up anyway.
Because we don't
What does that
care, but
mean?
Vandy, I
See-
feel like she cares.
No, I'll let Bentham.
I will say
don't wanna,
this. The 1-4 is kind of really important for setting our lines, so...
Yeah, that's like Bentham, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but
Okay,
Lancaster's
tell-
groups are like the people who are scouting ahead and like
Yeah.
knowing ahead what we're coming
Sheepy,
up against.
Sheepy, tell me about Sergeant Dunn. Everyone shut up. What's Sergeant Dunn like?
Okay. Industrious worker. Anything you tell him to do, he gets done.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's a good
His-
one.
His first name is Job.
Oh, yes! Yes!
Okay, job done.
He's like, he doesn't look like an orc, obviously, but he has like features which are very kind of granity and, you know, like square jaw and etc.
Right, yep, that works. And then I'm gonna pick a random
Job
trooper
done.
for my second runner because I still needed one of those.
Okay.
And that can be Trooper Clark.
Trooper
Sure.
Clark. Okay.
I don't know what they're like. We'll find out when I send them to run somewhere.
Sure.
Right, I got my system. I'm quite proud of these names. So first squad, designation Foxhole. They are advanced like forward position people. They've got Corporal Howard, who's terrain specialist, good spotter, and Dunn is in that now, so we'll throw him at the enemy.
Okay.
Second squad designation Redoubt. Sergeant Easton and Corporal Godfrey. They're really good at holding the line. They will sit in the middle and not get taken.
Yep.
And then third squad designation Dugout. Sergeant Bargley and Corporal Ostin. They are who I had left. They go at the back.
Fair enough.
And I've got Corporal Abrams as my Voxcaster and Trooper Boone and Trooper Clark as my runners.
Okay. You could probably put Trooper Smith in which
Oh yeah,
the one-
I put Trooper Smith in Redoubt, but I could put it in Foxhole.
Foxhole would be probably a decent one to put him in.
Yeah.
If they're if they're up front and
If it's and with the double shovels, it's like simultaneously like double entrenching a hole for the other two to sit in, and then when the enemy arrive, smashing them with shovels.
okay.
Sneak and Repeater know each other. Do I switch out Interdict and Sneak?
Oh man, this has been I know not much has happened, but this has been such a fun episode. Okay, so for now, you have, you know. But for now, I think we will have you meet with Captain Shifter, and he will debrief you, which will start with a quick briefing video from our wonderful commander.
Troops, it's Lieutenant Colonel Drake here. I know you're in the middle of fighting on the Tempestus line, but things are much more dire up at Obscurus Secundus. The line has fallen and Tyranids are headed towards the Imperial Occupied Zone. I've taken the liberty of making sure your promotions go through, and you're being given platoons to command. In addition, you four are being put together into a combined arms company. The Sword of Damocles, First Company. I'm going to give you harder missions, and your troops are going to be comprised somewhat of more veteran people. Because I need you involved in pushing back the Tyranids so that we can set up the defenses at Obscurus. Or we are nearly down to the last few defenses we have between them and the Hive City. You're going to be part of Operation Avenging Angel, as part of Strike Force Arrow. Mostly combined of Kyrans, Lightfoot, with some support from the Iron Brigade and the Pioneers. They're going to be striking at the Tyranids and attempting to push them back several miles into enemy-held territory. This is the first real strike against the Tyranid menace in this war. And if you are not successful, we are in deep shit. I will be personally overseeing the battlefront, and I've sent one of my most trusted mages to command your operational contingent. Congratulations on your promotions and on your new commands. Don't screw this up. Lieutenant Colonel Drake, out.
Don't screw this up.
Don't screw this up.
So while we've been holding this line, they overran the other one.
Yes.
I like Avenging Angel.
So you are the new first combined company. Call sign is Sword of Damocles. You'll be moving up to Obscurus Secundus and leading the assault on the left flank of the enemy, the west side. As the commander said, as Lieutenant Colonel Drake said, your job will be to push them back and hold them back until a defensive line can be established and built, and then to hold said defensive line. You'll be the spear point for this operation, so there is a lot of danger. Any questions?
We're going to be advancing on them over open terrain.
Jungle terrain.
Oh,
Yo,
worse.
ho. What? Primer's like, oh yeah, homeworld.
It's patches of Lime's homeworld too, but he's not. but the patches back home aren't full of nids.
That's true.
It is nothing like mine. I'm from cold climate.
Oh yes.
This is too
Ice,
Oh,
mountains.
Have they encountered any other creatures than the ones that we have already been briefed on?
There have been some reports of possible larger, more aggressive enemies. Additionally, the Xenos hordes seem to be delaying at the population centers which we abandoned. We're not sure why yet.
Were there still people in those locations?
We assume they are all dead now.
Do we know how these creatures gain numbers?
As far as we've been able to observe and investigate, they do not. There are just a large number of them. Hopefully, if we manage to establish strong defensive lines, we can grind them down on our defenses with our superior firepower and superior tactics.
What has come from the creatures that we captured the last assault?
Oh,
Have
yeah,
we gotten
those-
any intel information on these creatures? Maybe weaknesses, vulnerabilities.
Kind of looks hesitant a little bit. And then holds up a bar of soap. This was developed for use by all soldiers. I've been instructed to disseminate it amongst the troops. Apparently, according to our experts in Yawat, this tastes very bad for the enemy.
So we are going to feed them soaps there.
You what?
You're saying
Precisely.
captured 2 creatures and they developed a soap.
Indeed. They are still working on figuring everything out and investigating. It is not finished yet. However, for now, this is what they have managed to produce.
So what are we
The-
supposed to do with these? Wash
Wash
everybody?
with it.
And what is
Yes.
the outcome of that?
The
I
theory
suppose cleanliness.
the theory is that while not too bad for us, the chemical smell and everything is supposed to put off the Xenos enemy.
So you're saying this will just prevent them from eating our dead bodies?
What possibly?
Great.
I just kind of look at Farmer like, what the? Alright.
Just following orders.
You
Give it
mentioned-
out. Yep.
You mentioned these larger, more aggressive enemies. What they look like? What do they do? What should we be on the lookout for in regards to them? And how can we get rid of them?
We haven't encountered them enough, really, to come up with anything concrete. However, they do have multiple arms. They are a bit larger, faster, and heavily armored.
Right. What is with
Advice.
these creatures and their arms?
Unsure.
All the better to slice us up with.
This is like the third creature with like multiple weird arms and shit. What the fuck?
Well, it is, yeah.
This is the default state of Tyranids' forearms.
Yeah, just to warn you, Tyranids get more and more arms and weird.
I know. That's why, but I just think it's funny.
So, in the morning, there will be multiple. There we go. There will be multiple Valkyries ready to take you to your destination. Such as the urgency of your mission, you'll be dropped off, ready to deploy immediately. I advise you to get some rest, to prepare, because tomorrow you'll gather for an assault. It's unfortunate I can't go with you. However, you'll be in good hands. Under Major Cynthia Briggs of the Iron Brigade.
What do I know of Cynthia Briggs?
Badass. Like, we're talking, fighting an orc knob by herself and like bashing his head in with her shield type badass.
Primer would just simply say, "At least it's one of yours," and look over at over at the 12th side-eye wise.
Aww.
Not Cumberdict.
He's not a major yet, just a captain.
Rickenbacker says to everybody else in case they are unawares of who he is.
Yeah.
There are tales that she has fought an orc not by herself. That is quite a feat if you've never encountered one yourself.
No offense to you, Lancaster, but I think we all know what we thought of Cumberdick.
Mm-hmm. You're really good with compliments there. Just
Albeit
excellent
for
with
me.
words, Primer.
Albeit for me to denigrate a fellow captain.
I rolled a charm.
Very uncharming.
How low does he have to roll for?
I have to get below a
for-
23.
The ship is
Yeah.
breaking.
No,
the ship is
but
crashing,
how low
guys.
How low does Primer have to roll for it to be okay for Lancaster to just slap him?
At any point, feel free to slap him. That's
Not, I won't do it. I
Rickenbacker's
won't do it in
stance.
front of a. I won't do it in front of a higher up, but
Yeah,
I'll sit there and I'll be like, mm-hmm.
Log
How
it in
tall-
the memory bank.
How tall is Lancaster? Hold up. I need to find out if she has to jump to actually
She's
slap
little.
me.
Oh, she'll have to
Quite small.
stand on someone's shoulders just to go. But no, she's just sitting there. Just eyes ahead.
Oh, I almost forgot. Lieutenant Lime, this came for you. And he like pulls out this lasgun. You've seen it before. It's a specialist lasgun from the Korean 9th, courtesies of Lieutenant Colonel Drake.
Oh. Step up and take it.
It's been trying to find you for quite a while. However, well, you know what logistics is like. Running all over. That's right,
I
logistics.
don't even
I'm
bother
blaming.
trying to send a letter.
That's right, logistics. I'm blaming you for me forgetting 2 episodes to give him that goddamn gun.
I was about to say, if you weren't going to bring it out, I was expecting E to kick down your door and throttle you because
Yeah.
How long is
I
it?
know. It's one of
alright.
it's one of those things where every single episode I was like, give gun to Bentham, give gun to Bentham, and like halfway through I've completely forgotten, and like I remember in the break, and then so.
Like in the chat before the episode, E just said rifle, rifle,
Yep.
rifle.
Yep. So you now have your rifle.
Yeah.
And we'll do this. We'll do this just as we're ending. Additionally, you will have one like requisition that you can request as you go over to your new battleground. So that will be waiting for you there. So if you want like a couple of transport chimeras or heavy flamers or flamers. If you want like a las cannon as part of your heavy weapons units, or some like mortars, artillery pieces, etc. Just have a think about what you might want, especially for your regiment. You can kind of order one thing. You can order like extra rations or extra ammunition if you like. It's really up to you.
I mean, if we're gonna be pushing forward, I imagine trying to get stuff during that time would be difficult.
Yeah.
Grenadiers want grenades.
Grenades. Okie dokie.
Is it a
If any-
requisition each?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You can wait till next week if you want to think about it, or if you have something that you know you're going to want, like for example grenades for grenadiers, makes sense. Yeah.
I like the idea of some chimeras moving cover.
It does also make them a bigger target, but yeah.
But that means they're not shooting us.
There's also the fact we're going through a jungle, and I don't know how well they're gonna travel through that.
Yeah.
that area hasn't been cleared, so.
Can I request more rations, but also possibly like better like gear, like just where to go through.
Actually, I think you had good gear. I think it was.
I do. I'm trying to requisition it for the rest of y'all.
Oh,
Specifically
you're specifically looking for better bad weather gear?
Well, better bad weather gear, but also like we're gonna be really low on rations. I'm seeing here.
You're pretty low, yeah.
Like we're gonna need. I'm probably. You know what? Lancaster's gonna want more rations anyways, so I'm just gonna requisition more rations.
Yeah, that's fair. Your rations, if you don't requisition them directly, will depend on the logistics, basically, as to how you sit next episode.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna requisition.
Regard logistics, obviously.
Yeah.
Can we petition?
I have 1 week. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'll put in is combat rations. If that's the only thing, if that's one each, then yeah.
Okay.
But I would suggest then for some of the others to get better main gear.
Just FYI, if you wanted, you could requisition sniper rifles, for example.
I definitely want to requisition
In the jungle?
guns, like what
In
Matt
addition?
said, but-
No,
Or instead.
Instead of, yeah.
We like to eat.
And it's jungle fighting. You can't really snipe much in a jungle.
You don't know the terrain.
No, I just we need food.
Yeah,
So
I
we'll
definitely,
do
I
food.
definitely am gonna requisition rations for sure, because I do
Alright.
not want to eat what other people are cooking.
You don't want to eat what Lancaster ends up cooking. I know, it's fine.
And can we only get like one thing? Is that really what we're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
that would be
can
the thing.
you can try and requisition more, but it'll come down to rolls, and that'll be
I'm
next
gonna
week.
roll a commerce,
Okay.
if that's what it is.
Yeah, and it'll be next week as well, so you don't need to do it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, some type of armor or weaponry upgrade would be cool if the rolls are my favor. But if nothing else, definitely rations, 100%.
All right, so next week we are having the most this is EE, so don't blame me. You guys are literally assaulting a massive Tyranid horde that has broken through the lines of defenses up north. So, and you're the spearhead of said. Basically, EE. Unfortunately, one of the defensive lines got broken, and he was like, he had the choice of either retreating and building a defensive line further back, or pushing against it and trying to maintain a defensive line, further forward. So, yeah, he decided that seeing as you guys are all players and can affect how things go, may as well throw you into pretty much a meat grinder.
It'll be fine. We got this, right?
Yeah. And yeah, so I think that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
For now, we'll close off the episode there.
Right, well, thank you so much, Sheepdog. Thank you guys for, obviously, everyone for being awesome and putting together your platoons. Hopefully that was fun for y'all to kind of see how we're building things up and, get really attached to some of these characters who are probably all going to die. It's going to be great. First and foremost, we want to say thank you to our lovely supporter today, Jofu, aka Sergeant Augustus Steele. Thank you, Jofu, for supporting this episode and, of course, supporting us here at Roll For It. We have our Dungeon World one-shot character sheets up if you want to go check those out on our Patreon, along with a whole bunch of other amazing things over there. So, go check out all those things. This September, so get your subs in if you are somebody who's been wanting to sub to our Twitch channel. Now is the time. It's a really great deal for new folks getting into it. Sorry for those of you who have already been supporting us. We appreciate you. This is the Twitch thing. So in regards to that, you get access to the rear guard, so you can actually be part of this campaign and help affect it, as well as some awesome emotes and access to our Discord, which is also just fun because you get to chat with us. Beyond that, we do have an announcement. I'm going to put that back up here. Death Becomes You, a campaign of Good Strong Hands. It'll be like the first one that's out there, which is a whimsical game made by Nerdburger Craig. Will be going live before next week's episode. So if you come in and tune in a little earlier, 2:30 p.m. BST, 6:30 a.m. PDT, you can check that out. We'll be going from that show right into The Last Ditch. So if you want a little extra content on your Sunday evening or morning, definitely come check it out. Will be played with Gaming FTL. I'll be on there as well, and Miss Magitech, as well as Troopa. So definitely come check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. And with that, I'm going to let everybody kind of say where you can find them at, and I will look up any tips that were provided to us. So first, we will kick it off with our lovely GM.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. I'm Sheepdog. How are you doing? Next.
All right, Tyler, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I am all over the place, kinds of busy, streaming a whole bunch lately. I need a break from Among Us. My friends just keep killing me
You are
everywhere
following me.
I go, and apparently Sheepy keeps finding me
Everywhere. Every
everywhere.
video I watch on
Stalker.
YouTube.
No, I'm just kidding.
So, wait, who's stalking who? If he's the one seeing me.
Both,
Yeah.
I feel like both at this point.
Anyway, you can check me out on twitch.tv/apocalypto_12. That's where I stream. I've been doing it a lot. If you want to know what I'm doing, definitely follow me on Twitter, which is twitter.com/apocalypto_12. I tell you everything that's going on. I'm still trying to post videos on my YouTube, which is youtube.com/apocalypto12. No underscore on that one because YouTube doesn't like underscores apparently. But definitely check out all my stuff. I'm also in 2 other RPGs, playing some 5e on Wednesdays over on Zero Doxy's channel. It's a Theros campaign, so 5e. And then a homebrew world called Aurorum on Friday evenings, where I am a snake person and Regicide over on twitch.tv/DaleRick, a friend of a number of people here, Scott's channel.
And then we have Vandy. Where can people find you at?
Hi, yeah, you guys can find me just at OMG Bandy pretty well everywhere. Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, don't use that much, mostly Twitter. And you can also find me on Sheepy's channel tomorrow, Mondays, around the same time. I think it's 2 p.m. EST start, where I play Vampire the Masquerade. I play a street racer kind of gal, so it's pretty fun. Yeah,
That's
so
a
you
fun
can find me
band.
there.
Toreador Street Racer, no less.
Ooh,
Toreador Street Racer.
fancy.
Yeah, she's yeah,
She has things, it's fine.
she's got a lot of daddy issues. But if you can always find out more about that, either on Sheepy's channel or if you follow me on Twitter, I do tweet about that stuff too. So. And the only other thing I'm working on right now is trying to get this Atlas RP server up, which is supposed to be coming up on Friday, which I've been working on for a heckin' long time.
I feel like
so...
you've said it every single time.
and it keeps getting pushed back, but this is like,
Welcome to the world of development.
You know what? I wish I was project managing this because I swear this would have been up weeks ago, but I am doing mostly the graphic stuff for that. So we're doing some custom things, and if you'd like some more RP on the seas, you can definitely join there. It's called Gambit Gaming. So it'll be cool.
Awesome. And then Bentham.
I'm Bentham, and I have a YouTube channel called Mangleport Gaming because of mistakes made in the past, where mainly I'm playing Factorio multiplayer at various different days of the week with various different people. That's all I'm doing right now, but who knows, maybe there'll be other things at some point, but moving is a thing in the imminent-ish future, and has been for like the past half a year, so who knows, working on that too. We'll see where we go.
And I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I will let you know what I'm up to if you follow any of them. I do a lot of stuff on the internet. I play lots of games. If you want to come check out the different tabletop games I'm in, you can go do that. And of course, I will be here on Thursdays and Sundays if you're interested in more Roll4 tabletop RPG action itself. Beyond that, I make video games for a living, and you can check out the games that I'm making at Ashes of Creation. That is the current game I'm making. It's an MMORPG. So yeah, let's check out our lovely tips here. We've got $50 from Finlay Shards. Finlay says, thanks for a really entertaining evening of bad food, great-ish speeches, and well-informed unit building. Excellent work by... Are we sure it's well-informed? I don't know. Excellent work by Sheepy, playing so many different NPCs with very unique personalities. Let's hope the group's first mission goes well. We shall see.
Oh yeah.
That, may the dice roll ever in your favor, and we will see you next Sunday for more The Last Ditch.
you.